Okay, so we are live in the house, day number 3 here for the EPWT. We've got Cone Hessels at the moment. He was riding out there, but a bit of an injury has took him out of play. We're going to be chatting to him as we go into that live stream. But before we go anywhere, have you been tuning in? Have you been watching the day so far? A pretty crazy day yesterday. Winds up to 40 knots. If you didn't see the highlights video, we're going to watch that highlights video now, and then we're going to be getting into racing for day number 3. Day number 2 here in Denmark for the EPWT, and we are on. The wind is up. We're about to go into racing, but we have some big news. Michelle Becker, 5th in the world last year, is pulled out injured. But Winter still at the top of the tree. He's just been given the yellow jersey, but Johan So is pushing hard. Let's go and find out what happens.
Can you help me? Come on, do it. Pull. That's too much, man. It's gonna be hard for me to take it off. Oh, you're too shiny, man. You like.
Driving along that coast with a not so friendly ghost.
He's a stabilo now. Perfect.
Leaves they scatter down like it's swinging off.
Yellow jersey. Oh, there he is.
Your voice comes back again, a sound I wish I didn't know. I struggle and descend, but I'm trying to let it go.
Here we go, Elimination 4 final coming up. We've already lost Noah Winter and Hugo Schoberg to over the line early, and this is the second start, and it's a great start from Everard up that top end on the Neil Pride. The Wolf going well in the middle, but look at that. Johan So has come absolutely storming through the middle of the pack, goes into the first chive mark in first place. The Wolf in second, Everard in third. Is there any stopping this man at the front of the fleet? The beast is absolutely on fire right now. The Wolf looking good, and Everard solid in third place though.
I see an old Kentucky road, I see the hills drift into blue.
Johan, we finally got a windy race in. It was raining, it was squally. How was it for you out there?
Was super strong. It really picked up at the final also. So I was full, really full, way too much.
What's full? What size we got?
4.8.
The beast is doing beast things right now. Absolutely devastating speed, and he's won another elimination.
Do you think it's going to get windier? You're relatively local. Do you know what's going to happen this afternoon?
Yeah, I think it's going to be windier. Quite a bit maybe even.
I didn't see it coming, but now I see it was bound. I know games that you're playing, I cannot come back around.
It is absolutely cranking out there. They've had to replace the start boat with a rib because it is that windy. Gusts of over 40 knots as they come into the first mark. Johan So again leading the pack. I mean, he's got such a big lead now. Fabian Wolf looking good in second though. Everard having a real battle with Noah Winter though. This is where the real battle is happening. Noah Winter on a 3.6 sail. Wow, look at the race for second place. It really is on as they go into the last mark. But Johan So, what a lead from the Danish rider. The Wolf looking solid in second, and Winter tries to go on the inside but crashes out, and that opens the door for Everard.
Is that one of the windiest 4 races you've ever done?
I think, yes, for surely one of the windiest I've done, especially with a 5 meter. On third I was lucky that I had a 4 meter. So on the second reach I managed to come back close to the top guys.
And at the end, I just passed Noah, so I'm happy to take the third place again. So it's nice.
Like it windy.
Yeah, I like high winds.
I think I have too much power from the board, so I could almost not keep it down. Actually, on the way in, I was not even the back foot strap.
End of day 2 here in Denmark, and we have just finished with gusts of over 40 knots. A crazy way to finish the day, and that was the second elimination, which means the discard kicks in. How are the results looking? Well, it was a consistent performance from everyone today. Johan So, 2 wins out of 2. He is now leading this competition. Noah Winter, bit of a disaster for him today. He was over the line in the first one and then crashed out in the last one, so he has dropped down. Who has moved up today? The Wolf. The Wolf has had a solid day on the water. 2 second places for him today, and sailing the last final with a 5-0. Impressive stuff. And Cyril Everard, a really good day for him on the water. 2 third places. So there we go. The discard is in. The overall results, as you can see, Johan So, it's looking pretty ominous, isn't it? So I'm guessing we're back in. So that is the way it's looking at the moment. A little bit different to what we had yesterday. So Mr. Hessels, Cone Hessels, sitting next to me, retiring injured. Got some problem with your leg. We got the physio booked in later. But what you spoke to the guys on the beach. What are we looking at compared to yesterday? Give people an explanation, because yesterday we had up to what, 40 knots?
Yeah, 40 knots. Super windy on the foil. Today is a bit lighter. When we look outside now, it's pretty light.
Yeah.
Some guys are pumping, so it's gonna be light wind conditions. Some people are gonna get the super big gear. Some people medium gear, just flying. So
What are we thinking? Are we going to see different riders going to the front?
I think we will see some changes of the high wind specialists and light winds.
Who are we looking out for today?
I think Johan So will be always up there
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, the beast is
Beast.
hard to bet against, isn't he?
Fabi will always be there.
The Wolf.
The Wolf.
Yeah.
Quite some people, I think.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see. Obviously, if you are the first day following the EPWT, they do have different rules to other tours we've been following. So if you've been following the PWA, on the PWA, you have to register equipment at the beginning of the season. So that is 3 front wings. So you can have a big wing, a medium wing, and a small wing. On the EPWT, there is no limit to how much you can register. And the idea behind this is to race in very light winds and very strong winds. So we've proved that the 40 knots is possible yesterday. You know, Noah Winter racing on a 3.6 yesterday, which was kind of crazy. And then today, I mean, the postponement flag is up, and that's maybe to give the guys a chance to go back to the beach. I don't know, or to give a little bit more time for changing equipment, because you can see at the moment it is super light. Now, how big a sails are we talking? How big a front wings can you actually race? So let's give people an idea. On the PWA, what would be your biggest front wing?
The PWA, there will be the 560.
560 is your biggest front wing. So if someone turned up today with some like a 950, like IQ foil, what's IQ foil?
It's 900.
900.
Yeah.
So you could almost turn up with your IQ foil gear today, and you would probably be flying right now.
For sure.
So that is where this is the first time we've seen this on this tour, because it's the first event of this tour. Who is going to gamble? Now, what are the disadvantages of taking the big wing?
It's the speed is way slower. In the jibing, it's also, you need to take a wider turn, because the bigger wing, it's slower. It's like a truck. It moves slowly.
Yeah.
But the small gear goes way faster. When the wind picks up, you're faster than the big wings.
But the disadvantage is, if you can't keep the board moving forward and you can't generate enough speed on the front wing, so obviously lighter winds, you can't generate the lift, because the small wing generates the lift from the speed. So you need the wind to get the speed. Whereas the bigger front wing, you can have less power because it's actually producing a lot of lift itself. But obviously, the more speed you pick up, obviously it gets too much power. You can't go very fast. So these are the dilemmas for the sailors. And it is a big dilemma. Like I said, the guy behind this tour, Finn Noor, has said, look, I don't care if half of the fleet are not foiling. If they've chose too small a gear, that's up to them. And these guys won't be used to this. You know, maybe if some of them are into IQ foil, maybe, because that is kind of the similar theory on the Olympics. Like, they race in very, very light winds.
Super light winds.
And that is kind of the idea from the EPWT, as far as I understand it. Obviously, this is the first time we've seen it. The riders need to get used to it. So we're gonna watch this play out, I guess. That's kind of what we're thinking. So at the moment, if you don't know, the results going into this third day, Johan So is leading. You know, he has been absolutely on form. He kicked off this event with a disqualification. He was over the line early in the first final, him and Michelle Becker, who, you know, effectively are the two top seeds going into this competition. But Johan started off with the last, but since then, he's won every race and he looks good. What's it like to race with the Beast?
It's like we're standing still almost.
He's quick, isn't he?
He's quick.
I feel, just from a commentator's perspective, I feel like he's got faster.
He did.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear. So that's interesting. I mean, it's difficult. Yeah. Let's go. And then, so Johan So is leading, and he's looking, you know, it's looking very ominous, as I said in the video. Then we've got the Wolf, who's now up into second place. Michelle Becker, for anyone who doesn't know, he was looking good in second, looking solid. But again, another guy who's been doing a lot of competitions, and he's picked up an injury and has gone home. So he's gone home. So Michelle Becker no longer in the running, but the Wolf actually kicked off with a win in that first elimination because of those two OCSs. And then he had an over the line early of himself he crashed.
Yeah, he crashed at the last dry mark. Yeah,
he crashed in the second one in third, but then he's been solid. A third, a second, and a second. So a good day for the Wolf yesterday, and he'll be looking to carry that form on. Cyril Everard is the guy in third place at the moment, kicked off with a second. Then he had a couple of wobbles with that fifth and a 10. And then yesterday, very consistent, 2 third places. And then fourth place looks up for grabs. We had Noah Winter in fourth place at the moment. He was actually leading the competition after the first day, but not such a good day on the water for him yesterday. Actually, he had an over the line early. Yeah. I'm sure that will be a 10th place as well once they adjust it. But yeah, fifth in the last one, crashed on the last mark. So he'll be a bit upset. He wants to come back. And then Hugo Schoberg, just behind, equal points with Pogaman at the moment, are 5th and 6th. So that seems to be the guys who are in the running, all of those guys under 21 points. But there's definitely a battle for the podium. The moment it's Everard and Winter, just 2 points separating those guys. And at the front, you know, the Wolf ain't totally out of it, but he would need Johan to, I don't know, break a leg or something like that, maybe, looking at the results. I mean, he is looking pretty good. Okay, so we have just had confirmation that they are having to change the course. So that was kind of the plan for today. Well, not the plan, but the wind forecast for today was to move around. And it's moved around maybe a little bit earlier than expected. So they're going to have to change the course a little bit. But you can see there are people flying out there. So we will be on postponement for a little bit longer. If you've got any questions, let us know on YouTube. That's probably the best way to do. Cone Hassel's in the house. How old are you? Give us some stats.
20 years old.
20? Are you a young puppy? And what's your weight? What's your height? Let's get some stats.
The moment I'm 82 kilos, I'm 180.
Okay, so 180, 82 kilos. What's your goals? Because most racers these days have weight goals or something. Obviously, you can't improve on your height, but you can.
Yeah, the weight is gonna improve.
Is that what's improved? What's your like optimum weight? What's your fighting weight? What are you aiming for?
I think to normally start, go to 85 up to 90.
Yeah.
That I think will be the ideal weight for
90
me.
seems to be a key one. For the shorter guys, it's like, well, I'm not going to get to 100 unless I go crazy. But 90 seems to be a good point to head for. I'm just having a look why I'm not getting any comments coming through. Let me just redo something. Yeah, let me know if you are watching out there. Obviously, it's Saturday. So Saturday, you'd think, most people are sitting back watching the sport. But windsurfers, windfoilers are out there sailing. It's like, I know a lot of the times it's quite funny. People go, yeah, but, the big viewers are on the weekends. But actually, usually the big viewers are in the week because a lot of windsurfers have jobs where they kind of find time to watch live streams, and then during the weekend that's their chance to go sailing and get out on the water. So it will be interesting to see how the numbers look today. What else have we got there? Do we want to talk about any of the young guns here? I mean, you're obviously from the Netherlands. What's the scene like in the Netherlands? More foiling, more fin sailing? What's the younger crew versus older crew? Is there...
The most recreational windsurfers are still sailing on the fin, most of them. They're enjoying it a lot. And the more the guys that want to become professional or more into racing, they are going more on the foil.
Okay.
The really light winds, there's some guys foiling.
Yeah. And you guys have got kind of a good pedigree, or kind of. You've got an amazing pedigree at the Olympics. Obviously, Van Rysselberg, obviously Badlow. Gold medals pretty much every year. Obviously, this year, not a gold medal, but actually not far off in the end.
Still bronze. So
I know, not far off at the end. And it could have easily been, with the way that system was, we could have seen another gold medal. So does that influence the racing over in Holland? Is there a big IQ foiling setup, or...?
There's a big IQ setup. For the moment, there's no competition in slalom.
Okay, really?
So that's unfortunate.
Okay, that's
interesting.
The
IQ scene is quite big in Holland. Only the slalom scene is not as big as it should be.
Is that because of the IQ foiling scene pushing through?
Also, but it always has been a bit more pushing into IQ.
Yeah.
But I hope slalom will grow also in the next years.
Yeah. Are there many young guys coming through?
There's quite some good guys.
Do you think we're going to see like an overspill from the IQ foil crossing over into the slalom?
Maybe, yeah. Especially after this year, more people are looking towards the slalom and think, that's really cool to do, and it will be interesting to be racing. Especially this competition, it's no rules, sailing all around Europe. You can just drop in your van, go to all the events.
Yeah. No, it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Makes a big difference.
A lot of people, I know Finn, who's, organising this tour, that's one of his main focuses has been like, look, most windsurfers, well, let's say all foilers have a van. It's pretty impossible. If you're a foil racer, you have to have a van, which is why we're seeing Citroen sponsoring the Silt event this year. Mercedes has sponsored it before. There's a lot of those van companies are kind of going, okay, so the windsurfing foil market's not massive, but everybody has a van.
Yeah.
So like your target market is literally everyone watching the stream, which is kind of cool. I think that's kind of a big thing, being able to travel around Europe. Is there any spots you've been to where you would like to go back to? What's your favorite places to race? Have you been to like Lake Garda, or what or do you want one at home in Holland?
Yeah, in Holland will also be epic.
Where would you go if you had to pick a spot in Holland for racing?
For racing, I think it will be Brouwersdam, or Lelystad will also be a good place. But also Brouwersdam, it could be close to the area. It's super nice to be racing there.
Is that your home spot?
It's not my home spot. I'm sailing all around Holland, everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere where the west winds blow. In Holland, it's a small country, so you can drive super easy everywhere.
And what van you got?
I have an Opel Movano, the biggest there is.
And that is the way, isn't it? I think most windsurfers here, you see a few small vans, but if you want it, can you sleep in your van?
I can sleep in my van. On all the competition, I sleep in the van to also get the cost down.
Yeah. And that makes a huge difference, and I think that's how I grew up, basically. I know I'm old now, 46, but when I used to race, like I do Olympic stuff, and I used to do, course racing and stuff, my dad had a big van. We drove around to all the competitions. We actually had a trailer as well. I used to stay in the trailer, and I've seen some guys staying in a trailer here as well. And now everyone's like, oh, look at him staying in the trailer. I'm like, that was the way, that was it. You got to keep the cost down, Nowadays, it feels like everyone's kind of maybe staying in Airbnbs and stuff. But I think the hardcore racers, like you say, it's expensive sport with the foils and the boards and all the equipment. And if you can travel to these events in your van and stay in the van, then you're really paying the fuel I say only the fuel. The fuel is bloody expensive. What we need is like BP to sponsor one of these events and give everyone a fuel card. That would be the ultimate, I reckon. Let's have a look. We have got some comments coming in. We got Uruguay tuning in. Daniel, all the way over in Uruguay. And Australia for Christopher. So I guess these guys may be a bit later. Slick Visual Poetry says, went surfing yesterday and then before. I'll stick to the live stream today. Good to see. Like I said, we haven't got much action at the moment. They're just changing the course, and then we will be hopefully getting on with some light wind slalom action. And again, give us your views. What do you think of, just pushing through? Because this is light. What are we talking out there? What's everyone on? 9.0s, 8.5? What's
I think 8.7, 9.0s, the biggest the sales.
Yeah, is that kind of your biggest slalom sales? Is that what? Yeah. Depending what brand you're on, it's like,
it's around 9 meter, yeah.
Yeah, around 9 meter, and then board wise, we're talking 90 wide or something, or
90. Mostly the brands are now having 88 is the biggest, or 85.
Yeah, because it's, I know the Pileway used to have 2 boards and then they combined it to 1.
Yeah.
And it was like an 80 and a 90. So obviously everyone's gone in the middle now.
Yeah.
And is that what most people are just, because you're flying most of the time.
Yeah. It's more the leverage on the board. In the light winds, you really need the leverage to push on the big wings.
Okay.
In the light winds, you have a smaller front wing, so the board can be smaller to control the wings.
Okay, so interestingly here, if someone's got a bigger board, is that an advantage?
It's a big advantage. Also in the light winds, yesterday we saw Noah Winter sailing on 3.6 and 85 board and a small wing. Then the board is too wide to control it with the wings and with the board.
Okay.
The leverage is too much to keep it in control.
Okay, yes. Yeah, so you've got almost too much leverage.
Yeah, you do.
Wow, and how wide is his board? 85 yesterday?
85 board, yeah.
So we could be seeing smaller. I mean, that's also interesting, I would say, about, this tour. At the moment, it's the event this year. Next year, maybe a tour. We have to wait and see how it pans out. But it might be also a way to try out new gear, kind of push the limits of the gear, because training's one thing, but competing is definitely something else. So this could help push the light wind side of it and the strong wind side of it. It'd be interesting to see if it does turn into a gear-heavy tour, or whether it makes that much difference. You can actually see now, we're seeing they are foiling around. And that's the thing, with foiling, you can, with the bigger gear, get going in some super light winds, but you're sacrificing a lot of speed. And that is, we talked about it earlier, that is the big question, is do you gamble with the bigger gear to not drop off the foil, or do you gamble on the smaller gear, go for speed, and just pray you can keep that thing up in the air? Bear in mind, if you drop off the foil, the race committee are not cancelling the race, unless you all go down. Yeah. So it's like, do you sign a little waiver between all the riders going, look, let's everyone go with, or are we going to get some sneaky one out there? We'll wait and see. So we are still waiting at the moment for the start of this, what is it, 6th elimination now? Must be. Yeah, 6th elimination. In the heat number 1, just for when we do get started, we have got the second place rider in this event at the moment, Fabian Wolf. Now, he has been competing on the German tour for a while, but realistically, I think he might have done Silk before, but his kind of big year has been this year. We saw him in Furta, and he had a good couple of races, which challenged some of the top riders. It was kind of the first time I'd really been hearing his name and talking about him at the front of the fleet. So he is definitely having his breakout year, I would say. Noah Winter, another guy having a breakout year. He's been on the tour for a few years. He's one of the lighter riders, but in Fuerteventura, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was up in the top 3 after the first day.
Yeah,
which is
really good.
That's insane. For the younger, lighter riders to see that must have been very motivating, I would say. You've been racing with him. People have probably beat him a few times, and then they're like, "Hang on a minute, this guy's up in the podium places." So that's cool to see. Poggyman, he's been Lars. He's been doing it for a bit now. We've been seeing him around. Cone Hessels, apparently this guy's up and comer. Well, he's actually sitting next to me if you've just tuned in. We've got Aurum, who, again, new name for me, but I saw him have a massive crash on that first start line. If you've seen the day 1 video, the one guy crashing off the furthest line is Frederick Oram, and it was a pretty hefty crash. We've got Brosio from Germany. We got Van der Weg, Matthias, which is the dad of Bjorn, I think. Peyton Dietz, which is one of the young guys coming up. I think a young Dutch guy. 68 kilos, someone said.
I think it's around that number, yeah.
But he's been doing well for 68 kilos. A pretty impressive performance, I think. And then we've got also Fredriksson from Denmark. So that is who's coming up in that first heat. Obviously, top seeds, the Wolf and Winter. And we'll have to see how they go. But you can just see how light the wind is. But look, they can play, they can foil. And it's going to be a tactical game. I'm quite looking forward to some light wind racing because it's definitely a different skill. It's keeping that thing foiling. It's a big fitness game as well as an equipment game. Can you just pump all the way around on the foil? Is that well? I'm not saying you can or I can. Can people? I don't know.
I think, especially in the light winds, when you pump in the reach, you can accelerate even quicker.
Yeah.
Then you can make the difference.
Yeah, because I've seen that in the IQ foil. Some of the boys and the girls just don't stop pumping. You know, it was back in the day when I used to do Mistral, One Design, IMCO. You didn't stop pumping. Like, even if it was like 20 knots, you're pumping upwind because you gain height on the upwind. You know, and it's kind of similar to this foil. You've got to keep that thing because foot pressure is what keeps that thing going and a bit of forward momentum. So if you can keep that thing moving, it shouldn't come down.
No.
If you've got the fitness, we've seen it. People can leg pump like, normal prone surf and pump. I don't know what you call it. Foil pump. What's it called these days? Like dock start and then just pump around for as long as you've got the energy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that. I'm pretty sure someone set a world record. I did see like Bowles not setting a world record, but trying for as long as he can. It was pretty crazy.
That was quite really long.
Yeah. Like, and he's just no sail, no extra energy, just leg movement alone, pumping that foil. So it is possible if you've got a little bit of wind and you can keep those legs going. Fair play.
Especially with the no wind limit, you're gonna see some changes.
Well,
into
we get exactly,
tactics.
and this might not be pleasing to some people. For me, I like it. I just think it's a whole new element. You know, again, we will see. This is what this tour is kind of bringing. We've seen it on IQ foil when everyone's on similar gear, but this is kind of people picking different gear. It will be interesting if anything changes in the gear for the ultralight wind stuff, because the idea, wanting to happen is what you do want is you don't want any days where you're just sitting on the beach. You know, if you're an organizer, you want to see racing. So yeah. Okay, so we've got a boy on the boat, which is never a good sign. Okay, so I'm waiting for some more information from out on the boat, but at the moment, like I said, the wind, I think, is moving around a little bit. The good thing is with the foil is the course, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't have to be that accurate to be sailable. You know, on the fin, if you're a little bit out, then sometimes you can't even make the mark. But even on a foil, on a slalom foil, you can still go crazy upwind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yes, it's not ideal for racing because it's harder to overtake if it's an upwind leg, but it does mean that the course is sailable even if the wind does move a little bit.
And when the course is not perfectly set, the tactics come into play even more. Because some jibe marks you need to jibe closer because the next reach is upwind, or the next jibe mark you need to even go wider because it's so far downwind. So it's mixing it even more when you have an imperfect course than when you have a perfect course.
See, and that's the thing, and I've had, again, obviously I comment on the PWA and I have heard people complain about the course. That's totally fine. I get it. But me coming from a longboarders background, which was like that, the course is set, you sail the course. And there is tactics in it. Like you say, it's not just, oh, here's a jibe, I'm going to jibe. Oh, this reach is really broad. you've got to already have planned that this one's tight, so the next one should be broad. And maybe you go even further to go into a gust so you don't drop off the foil. It doesn't mean just because the buoy's there, the quickest round the buoy will be the best line. Sometimes going a bit further, staying in the gust, going wider to make the next leg tighter, because going downwind on a foil is harder to keep the pressure in your sail.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially in the no wind limit, we're going to see some big changes.
Yeah.
Also, what you say with going a bit further to get that just a bit of a gust.
Yeah, and keeping that thing moving, so it won't be as simple as just the first to the mark. Sometimes that can be bad, and you might see a hole, and you no point in jibing into a hole. So then there is different tactics. Yes, it's slalom, and again, it will catch a few people. I'm sure if we do get racing like that, we might have mixed feelings out there of whether that's fair, whether it's good. But for me, it's the same for everyone. And you have to adjust your tactics for the course and the weather conditions. That's part of the skill that's going to become, more involved. Okay, so we're going to take a short break. They are working on the course. Again, the wind is moving around a little bit at the moment, but I'm pretty sure we should be starting very soon. But we're going to take a commercial break now, and we will be back as soon as we have some live action.
Our goals and purposes with the first Noah Stick mast extension and with this one, well, they haven't really changed. This is a revolutionary product that is designed for all levels and all types of windsurfers. This Noah Stick, this is an evolution of a product that we got so right in so many ways right from the beginning. We wanted to make a product that was lighter and more simple. What we came up with was also a mast extension with a degree of finish that we couldn't even dream of. When you start using this product, you realize how easy and simple and efficient it really is. This is so much more than just a mast extension. We've redesigned and refined almost all parts of this carbon extension. It functions just like you always expected a mast extension to work.
Okay, so there you go. That is the North Stick, and Finn Nor is the main man behind this EPWT tour. So, he is a die-hard windsurfer, that bloke, I have to say. And that is why he's very passionate. I've spoke about it before. We've had him on the podcast before. He was, how do we say it? He wasn't into the foil. Let's be honest. I spoke to him a lot of times. He didn't get it. He was almost like the anti-foiler. And then one winter in Tenerife, it all changed. And he came back, and he is now like the biggest promoter of foiling I have ever heard. I mean, he oozes passion for the foil. Were you there when that happened? Did you witness the change?
I did. I met him when he was fully only fin sailing. Next winter, he was all the fin gear was sold.
Yes.
Only foiling now.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I like that story because it genuinely is true. That's exactly what happened. So it is interesting because I know the benefits of foiling. I like foiling. I love watching the racing. But personally, as a sailor, I'm still on the fin side just for my own personal location. And I think locations do make a big difference. And I think who you're sailing with, obviously in Tenerife, where they do a lot of the training for the season and the World Cups, obviously there's a lot of foil training going on. And he saw the evolution of the foil. He saw how, the benefits and everything, and how they're all talking about it, how the racing was going. So I think he lived through that. And then it kind of just was a natural evolution. And I think it probably is. I was the same with supping came out. I was like, this stuff, why, this isn't going to take off, supping? What the hell's people are going to get on a big board and paddle around? I was wrong. There's like in supermarkets, there's like every man and his dog now owns the stuff in the world, and you're like, yeah, kind of. So maybe I'm not so much a visionary, but yeah, I'm still on the fence. Don't get me wrong. I think the racing is some of the best racing we see. So yeah, this is Mr. Cohn-Hassels. Here he is. Injured at the moment. We've got a few sponsors, as you can see. F4 Foils are sponsoring this tour. Does the winner get the F4 Foils? Do we know?
Yeah, he does.
So the winner, wow. I would have loved that to have been like almost like a raffle, because then that makes you go, ooh, anyone could win it. And obviously the guy who wins it's obviously got a foil because he's won. But you've all got foils. But that's pretty cool. That's a big prize, expensive
It is.
bit of kit, that. I mean, how much does a foil set cost these days?
These days, those racing foils cost around €7,500. So it's
Wow. So that is a huge price. Wow. We've also got the Liberty X harness, which I have actually used this harness, and I think for foil racing it's even better from what I've heard. What harness do you use? You got
I
seat
use
or
between
waist?
the Liberty and the waist harness. Now you also see the top guys also mixing a bit between Liberty and the waist harness.
Okay.
You have a bit more control with the waist harness.
Yeah.
And that's also, especially in the high winds, you want to have that control.
Yeah.
And with the waist harness, some guys get back problems because you need to have more pressure on the back.
Yeah.
But with the Liberty harness, you can put more power into it, but you have less momentum to move.
Okay.
So it's a big difference. What are you going to use now?
Yeah.
If it's going to be light winds, high winds?
It does make a difference, doesn't it?
It does
You know,
make a big difference.
Because
yeah.
I did some testing on it, and I definitely found different results on different days. You know, and certain types of sailing, I felt the benefits, and then other sides, I preferred the waist harness. I think definitely long distance stuff, when you're in one position for a long time, I preferred the sort of little bit of seat in there.
Especially for the depth fee, it's perfect. Also for fin sailing, you can stay easy on harness. You don't need to put that much pressure into it. You sit, watch your weight.
Yeah.
It's a good harness, yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely so. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. And there's obviously prize money up as well. So,
It is.
the top five? Is
Top
only
five
top
only,
five
yeah.
prize money? And I think the first prize, €2,500 euros.
yeah.
I think it was put in by Containerland. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think those boys put in the prize money, which is really cool. And then I think, fifth place is?
Fifth place get €850.
Yeah. Which
So
is still pretty solid.
it's pretty solid,
It's a
yeah.
good chunk of money.
It's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, and that fifth place is very hotly contested at the moment. Like I said, we were looking at results before. If I look at the results, fifth place, yeah, Hugo Schoberg at the moment on 21 points, and guess who's sixth? Lars Pogaman on 21 as well. So they are basically level pegged going for the money. So that's actually a big battle, because the difference between €850 and nothing, that's a good chunk, man.
It's a good...
That's a good chunk. That pays for the fuel, pays for a few things,
For
pays for,
everything.
maybe a little bit of cash to spend on a few beers as well. So, that's an interesting battle right there. Interesting. Yeah, so that's how we're looking at the moment. If you are just tuning in, this is day 3 of the EPWT here in, where are we? We're in Denmark. That's where we are. Ebeltoft.
Ebeltoft, yeah. It's an amazing place. The scenery is amazing. The city, it looks really cool with all the old houses.
Yeah. I think what we're doing, we've still got a bit of time because the wind has swung round. They've changed the course. We do have the highlights video. I'm not sure. Do we have both highlights video, day 1 and day 2? Okay, so let's play day 1. Let's go through. They will play day 1 highlights, then day 2 highlights. We'll have a bit of a break, and we'll be straight away back as soon as we get any action. Welcome to day 1 here in Denmark, Ebeltoft, for the first ever EPWT, the European Pro Windsurfing Tour. It's a foiling tour, and this is the first ever event.
Ready to race.
What is different about this tour? Well, there's no rules. There's no equipment rules. Anything goes. you can wear weight. Yes, you can actually put lead on. So we have got some riders here. We've got some top seeds. Johan So is around. We've had Michelle Becker, 5th in the PWA last year, so 5th in the world last year. He is here. The Wolf from Germany is here. There is prize money for this event, 2,500 euros for first prize, and it's pretty good all the way down to 5th, so it's going to be hotly contested. The wind, well, I'll tell you what, we do have some wind right now. We do have wind on the course. We've got riders getting ready, rigging up. First start is coming up soon.
Floating on the riverboat, I watch the towns pass as I move on. Electric eye into the future. This I know, the future seems to always come.
Oh, and it's an absolutely shocking start to this event for Johan So and Michelle Becker. The 2 top seeds have pushed the line.
You 2 favourites, you and Michelle went over early or something?
Yeah, I was too excited. Too excited. I think even I was right on my clock, but maybe I put it too early.
Yeah. So you were pushing the pin, were you? Or?
Yeah.
The 2 big guns went out. What, pushed each other too hard?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, for me, it was sure I want to beat Johan, no matter what. And yeah, I mean, when I heard the signal and my watch hit 0, I was already kind of felt like, oh, I might be like half board or board length over the line. But you never know if you start at the pin where the boat is.
So elimination number 1, Everard at that top end with a great start. Oh, in the middle of the line, Oron with a massive catapult. Some big gusts coming through at the moment.
Don't have far to go. A mirror to my soul. I pointed blame until I
What a battle this has been down the last reach. Winter and Everard going head to head. The Wolf has definitely won it, and Everard looks like he's going to edge it in 2nd place, but what a battle.
Fabian, that was the first race and you won out. I mean, what did you think when you saw the other guys go over early?
I mean, I saw the start. I had an okay start, but not from the pin. But they were already so far ahead. So I thought either way, like the pin must have been with the shift so favored. But in the end, yeah, they were over. And I knew, now I got to win this.
And the other guys pushed you all the way to the finish line?
Not really. I had a bad start, but then I basically had the whole race a clean lane. That was good. Sometimes I was a bit underpowered on my 6 meter, and the outside marks were quite deep. So I was missing some power to get downwind, so I had to pump downwind. But other than that, it was a nice race.
Here we go, elimination 2. That is the start. Great start at the top end from the Wolf down this bottom end, Sjoberg. But look at the beast go. Look at the speed for the man on the 0.7. The beast is in beast mode. And Winter taking a look at the inside, and he's gone for it, and he's got it. Great move from Noah there. And coming round the last mark, it's Johan So has got this wrapped up. Good race with Becker, but in the end, Johan too strong, but the fight for 3rd is on. Winter has held that 3rd place all the way round. Oh, and the Wolf goes down.
Good win, back to normal service. How was it out there?
It was really nice. A bit stronger wind now, but was pretty good with my 6.8. Like, felt nice, was flat water, so yeah, pretty nice.
And you got your watch timed right now?
Yeah, it was better. I was holding a little bit back, but it's better now.
Yeah. Great race, and chased Johan all the way around the course. How was it?
Yeah, that was definitely more like it's supposed to be, you know, over early in the final, even though the start was not so good, because I felt like we were all quite early, and I wanted to, or I wasn't sure if I should go below the guy who's below me. But then in the end, the timing was alright from the fleet, so I was just a bit late. Anyway, yeah, 2nd behind Johan. I mean, it was not really like a 101 because I was waiting for a mistake, otherwise it would have not happened. So yeah, let's see what the next one will bring.
First of all, I saw you take Fabian on the jibe, and then he couldn't catch you.
No. Me and Fabi always have a few battles, and this time I was underneath him, and then I managed to do, close jibes to the buoy, and then it was good. third or third.
And did you see that he fell you on the last mark?
No, I heard it.
Yeah.
I heard something back. I was just focusing, you know, to finish.
Yeah.
But it was good.
All right, good job, man. Well done. I think you might be leading now.
Yeah.
So there we go, Mr. Consistent Noah Winter is leading this event after 2 eliminations, and we have just heard there'll be one more elimination today. The rain is coming. The wind has dropped a little bit. What will happen in that final? Johan So, Michelle Becker need to get back on the horse. The Wolf needs to get it together. Let's go find out. Wolf upwind on the red Severn. Poggyman right next to him on the S2 Maui sails, orange and yellow sail. We've obviously got the North, which is Hainmeyer. We've got Sjoberg down this bottom end. We've got Noah Winter poking out, Johan So, and wow, it's a good start. Great start from Sjoberg down this bottom end. Beast is in beast mode right now and absolutely powering through. So is Michelle Becker. We've got Noah Winter behind. The Wolf is there. Everard a bit further back is Poggyman. But I tell you what, the Swedish rider Sjoberg is having a right show here, and he's going to go in second place. The Beast is in beast mode. Johan So wins the 3rd elimination, and he will now be climbing up the rankings. Michelle Becker goes over the line in 2nd. Then we have 3rd place, the Wolf. Then we've got Winter, who will be leading this competition.
Started all the way to the pin end and then just fighting all the way through. And I think I was 4th, so I think it makes me the leader of the event so far.
Okay, so that's good. Going into the 2nd day, leading. Everyone all for yours to lose in the win tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly, man. Just pushing. And then let's see what's going on.
But you did good in Fuerteventura in the wind, so you like it windy?
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow looks like we will get even more wind, so maybe it's to my advantage. I don't know.
So there we go. End of day 1. 3 eliminations, and we have an event leader, Noah Winter. He learnt to windsurf on this very beach, so that's a pretty good ending. But Johan So is looking very, very strong with a discard coming in. I mean, even without a discard, I think he's sitting in 2nd place. Michelle Becker is also a danger man. The forecast for tomorrow is showing steady 20 knots plus of wind with a peak of 46 knots. Let's see what we bring. Day number 2 here in Denmark for the EPWT, and we are on. The wind is up. We're about to go into racing, but we have some big news. Michelle Becker, 5th in the world last year, is pulled out injured. But Winter still at the top of the tree. He's just been given the yellow jersey, but Johan So is pushing hard. Let's go and find out what happens.
Can you help me? Come on, do it. Whoa. Oh, that was too much, man. It's gonna be hard for me to take it off. Oh, yeah.
It's too shiny, man. You like...
Driving along that coast with a not so friendly ghost.
He's a stabilo now.
The leaves they scatter down like kids sailing off
The yellow jersey. Oh, there he is.
Your voice comes back again, a sound I wish I didn't know. I struggle and descend, but I'm trying to let it go.
Here we go, Elimination 4 final coming up. We've already lost Noah Winter and Hugo Sjoberg to over the line early, and this is the 2nd start, and it's a great start from Everard up that top end on the Neil Pride. The Wolf going well in the middle, but look at that. Johan So has come absolutely storming through the middle of the pack, goes into the first jibe mark in 1st place. The Wolf in 2nd, Everard in 3rd. Is there any stopping this man at the front of the fleet? The Beast is absolutely on fire right now. The Wolf looking good and Everard solid in third place though.
I see an old Kentucky road. I see the hills drift into blue.
Johan, we finally got a windy race in. It was raining, it was squally. How was it for you out there?
It was super strong. It really picked up at the final also. So I was full, really full, way too much.
What's full? What size we got?
4.8.
The Beast is doing beast things right now. Absolutely devastating speed, and he's won another elimination.
Do you think it's going to get windier? You're relatively local. Do you know what's going to happen this afternoon?
Yeah, I think it's going to be windier. Quite a bit maybe even.
I didn't see it coming, but now I see it was bound. All the games that you're playing are gonna come back around.
It is absolutely cranking out there. They've had to replace the start boat with a rib because it is that windy. Gusts of over 40 knots as they come into the first mark. Johan So again leading the pack. I mean, he's got such a big lead now. Fabian Wolf looking good in second though. Everard having a real battle with Noah Winter though. This is where the real battle is happening. Noah Winter on a 3.6 sail. Wow, look at the race for second place. It really is on as they go into the last mark. But Johan So, what a lead from the Danish rider. The Wolf looking solid in second, and Winter tries to go on the inside but crashes out, and that opens the door for Everard.
Is that one of the windiest 4 races you've ever done?
I think, yes, for surely one of the windiest I've done, especially with a 5 meter. On third I was lucky that I had a 4 meter.
So on the second reach I managed to come back close to the top guys, and at the end I just passed Noah, so I'm happy to take the third place again, so it's nice.
You like it windy?
Yeah, I like high winds.
I think I have too much power from the board, so I could almost not keep it down. Actually, on the way in, I was not even the back foot strap.
End of day 2 here in Denmark, and we have just finished with gusts of over 40 knots. A crazy way to finish the day, and that was the second elimination, which means the discard kicks in. How are the results looking? Well, it was a consistent performance from everyone today. Johan So, 2 wins out of 2. He is now leading this competition. Noah Winter, bit of a disaster for him today. He was over the line in the first one and then crashed out in the last one, so he has dropped down. Who has moved up today? The Wolf. The Wolf has had a solid day on the water. 2 second places for him today and sailing the last final with a 5-0. Impressive stuff. And Cyril Everard, a really good day for him on the water. 2 third places. So there we go. The discard is in. The overall results, as you can see, Johan So, it's looking pretty ominous, isn't it? The main thing to do. We're going to have a bit of a break until we hear exactly what is happening. But Oh, okay, I see. We have been talking, but we've only just gone online. Okay, maybe I'll recap. So, yeah, that was a recap of day number 1. And day number 2, we're now just been told there is a postponement. We're going to be going in probably at least a half an hour break until they reset the course, and then we'll be coming back to bring you the live action. So join us in a... Oh, keep tuned to the screen. We'll be telling you when we're coming back. So we are back. Yes, we are. We're going into live action. Let me just get rid of that. Here we are. Yeah, we're going in. So if you are still tuned in, we are kicking in with racing. We've got date number 3 here on the EPWT. We've got elimination 6, and we do have racing quite far out in the bay. We've got guys on big foiling equipment. I spoke to Johan So before. He's on a 650 wing, but said it was, if you kind of could sum up the power of it, it's probably similar power to an IQ foil front wing. We've got Cone Hessels in the studio, which it is a bit of a studio. What do you reckon to that? 650 front wing? Is that kind of a big?
Yeah, it's the biggest slalom kit has. It's quite big for slalom sailing, especially when you're on a reach. You don't need that big, but still to get enough lift.
Have you spoke to anyone else? Do you know any sizes? What people are going on?
Hugo Schoberg is going on 8.7 and 5, or I think 560 wing.
Okay.
Some other guys are going on 650. It's a bit between 560 650.
So 650 seems to be big wing, biggest wing they could use.
Yeah.
Would that be a fair assessment? So there we go. It's interesting. Oh, I'm just looking at my live stream. Hang on a minute. Okay. Right. We're going to have a little bit of a different start as well. So I have heard it's going to be a port tack start with a 3-buoy downwind slalom. So quite a short course, and with the start the opposite way to what people are used to. Does that make a difference?
It makes a difference, especially only there's 3 marks. So the speed is going to make a bigger difference than jibing. Especially in the light winds, there's going to be probably some big changes in speed. It's going to be exciting racing.
Yeah, so the start's going to be quite a big thing, I would have thought. And we've got a few guys, obviously, there's top 5 prize money, which I know to some people are yeah. But that's 6th place. You don't want to be in 6th. There's a big difference between 5th and 6th right now. So there's a real battle going on between Schoberg and Poggyman. These two, might not be leading the race, but if they're in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, it really depends who's ahead of who, because they are level points going into this. We've still got 2 days left. This is day number 3. We've got another day tomorrow. There he is, Schoberg, 23 years of age, and also Poggeman, 23 years of age. The heavier rider is definitely Lars, 97 kilos. Big bloke.
Yes. And Lars is more a light wind rider.
Really? Oh, so that could be interesting
and
for him.
And a bit more high wind, so it's going to be exciting racing.
Okay, so we might see Lars pull up a bit today. Who's he got ahead of him? Let's have a look at his results. So Lars Poggeman, can he catch Schoberg? They're both level on points. And then 6 points ahead is Noah Winter. So Noah Winter is a lighter rider. Usually it doesn't sound right. If you're old school, you'd think the lighter riders would do well in the light winds, but actually it's usually the opposite way around, whereas the heavier riders do well in the light winds. Would that be fair?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's also now with foiling, when you trim the gear perfectly, the weight doesn't make that much of a difference. When you perfectly trim the kit towards your weight, it works the same.
Okay. So who do you think we're going to see pull up today? Maybe Lars Poggeman could maybe the big mover.
Maybe.
He's sitting in 6th place at the moment, outside the prize money. He's got a bit of an incentive to push it on. As you said, he's maybe better in the lighter winds. If you look at his how he would prefer to race in, he would maybe go for the lighter winds. Schoberg ahead of him. As you said, maybe he prefers the stronger winds. And that's probably why he was pushing for more races when it was windy the other day. Again, could be interesting. Obviously, we've got Johan So leading, Fabian Wolf in 2nd, and then Cyril Everard at the moment in 3rd place. Noah Winter only 2 places behind him. What does Everard like? Or is he a bit of an all-rounder?
I think all-rounder, yeah, everything.
Okay. So, yeah, we are getting closer to a start. We were hearing the start is at 1:15. We've just gone 1:15, so we're expecting to see some action. And there we go. The flag has just gone down. So what's that? That's the red flag down. Is that 3 minutes?
It's 4 minutes.
Oh, 4 minutes. Red flag down.
When the orange flag goes up, it's 5 minutes.
Okay.
Red flag up, it's 4 minutes here.
Okay. But I just saw a flag go down.
Then it's 3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah, just checking. Just checking, making sure. So yeah, lighter winds. Interesting. You see, it's gone a little bit more east. So it's probably like southeast at the moment, a little bit off the land. So there's a lot of guys on the beach watching. They've got a massive screen outside, so they're able to see the racing from the beach, which is pretty cool actually. Because on a normal day, you turn up to the beach thinking, "Oh, we're going to see some exciting racing," and it's probably like a kilometre out or something.
Yeah,
it's quite far away, which is the cool thing with the drone. But we've obviously going to have to get the drone in and out to get the batteries charged. So hopefully all that is getting taken care of. Black flag. What's that? 2?
2 minutes, yeah.
2 minutes. 2
Also
minutes.
in the course, you see quite some big gusts because it's now more offshore. So it's going to be...
It's difficult, isn't it? Because, you might find a few of the guys have gambled or not gambled on their bigger gear. Will someone have gambled with their smaller gear? Because that could be the winning combo. Little bit smaller wing, faster, but risks if it drops, maybe not. But the forecast is meant to pick up. It's meant to be 20 knots today.
It should be. I just checked the forecast. It should be already now 60 to 20 knots. But
yeah,
I think the gusts are coming, but the holes when just before the jibe mark, we don't have the hole. It's tricky to jibe.
Well, there we go. We got 1 minute and 9 seconds on the clock. That is the actual start line. So yeah, it's a port tack start. I'm trying to get, my head was already thinking, what are they doing over there? But obviously it's a port tack start. So that means starting with the left hand at the front, which doesn't sound strange to a few of you, but it's not normal. In most racing, we're always seen to be starting with the starboard tack, which is right hand at the front. So this time, coming from right to left. And again, this is semi-finals. A lot of the guys, the top 5, that 5th and 6th place will be hotly contested, but a couple of the guys will be quite cruising in this early round. Just want to make it cleanly through to the final. Don't want to go over the line early. No need to push too hard. And that'll be kind of like a little relaxing opener for a few of these guys.
Also get to know the course, get to know the marks especially.
Okay. Where's our drone guy gone? There we go. That is the start on port tack. And there we go. You can see it is going to be light. It's going to be interesting to see what differences that makes. Can we have exciting racing in super light winds? Well, we're about to find out. At least the drone can keep up today. So who have we got there? We got Poggyman on the left-hand side of your picture. In about 3rd place at the moment. Noah Vinter in 2nd place in the middle of your picture. And then we've got Fabian. Is that Fabian Wolf? It looks like it.
Yeah, it is. He's in 1st place, driving now the mark as the first.
Yeah, so the Wolf in 1st place. 2nd place, Noah Vinter. Then we got Poggyman in 3rd place. Again, these guys are going to cruise. Top 5 will qualify for a final. Super light in that 4th and 5th place. But we do have a 6th place rider, which looks like Dietz. Peyton Dietz, 14 years old, I think. Only 68 kilos. So he's a super young fella racing with the big boys. And he's doing good. Yeah, so there we go. That's the shot we like to see. We can see all the way down the reach. We got the Wolf in the lead. He's in 2nd place in this competition at the moment. We got Noah Vinter in 2nd, Poggyman in 3rd place. And look at that. It will be a fight for 6th place. Peyton Dietz, 14 years old. Can he make it into the final? Needs to finish in the top 5. And he's actually going through the middle of some pretty big guns there. Is that Oram on the left with the Severn, I think?
The Orm is on the IQ gear, so you can see he has quite some power, but not the same speed. So you can see the difference of the gear.
Interesting, because it does look big.
It's big. It's huge.
Okay. So we've got, we got 2 jibe marks to go. And we got the Wolf leading. Again, so much different to when you see in the 40-knot races. But the real fight in these semi-finals is for that 5th and 6th place. So Poggyman in 3rd, Vinter in 2nd, the Wolf in 1st. Who is in 4th place? Well, Dietz at the moment is in 6th. Who have we got there? We've got the Danish rider, Oram, just ahead. But Dietz is not giving up on this. Look at the tiny rig. What's he on? I mean, it looks...
I think he was saying to me 6 meters, so it's super small.
Really?
The other two guys, Van der Weg and Oram, are on 9 meters. So
oh my life! So they've got a foul. It's like the David and Goliath. Oh, he's running out of power there. You can see just got a little bit of a hole in the wind, and he kind of run out of power. And the two guys on the bigger stuff kind of pulled away. But we've seen he's done some good damage on the jibe mark. So it's definitely not over for Peyton Dietz at the moment. 1 jibe mark to go. Obviously, this is the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. 4th and 5th will make the final. 6 won't go into that final. So, yes, this isn't the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Those guys look pretty safe up ahead. But there really is, this is the battle. The Wolf is leading. 2nd is Noah Winter, then Poggyman. And this is the last jibe mark. No one can afford to put that board off the foil right now. Peyton Dietz at 14 years old goes on the inside. Oh, what a jibe. What a jibe for the young Dutchman. And he has done it, surely. What a jibe on the inside. 14 years old. And he has gone up into 4th place there. Great move from the young man. And then Oram in 5th place. And who's missing out? It's going to be Van der Weg. Van der Weg.
Just missing out.
Is he 50 years old, Van der Weg? There we go. He's the young guy. He's pushing out the old boy, Van der Weg.
Yeah, you can see in the light winds, when you just touch down at the jibe mark, you're gone.
Do you reckon he felt
It's
the
over.
pressure there?
Yeah.
He definitely felt the pressure. So there we go. That will be the Wolf, Winter, Poggyman. It's going to be Dietz and Oram from what we can see. Is that Van der Weg coming back? It's maybe not all over. He's making a bit of a comeback here. It may be not all over. We can't see the finish line from this angle. So I'm not... Oh, there it is.
It is.
Just in the nick of time. Oram gets it. As far as we know, Dietz is already over, and it will be Van der Weg that misses out on that final. But a great inside jibe from the 14-year-old. Good race. Happy with your fellow young Dutchman there?
Yeah, it's good racing, especially on the small sails. It's good racing.
Okay, so next up, we're going to have, obviously, heat number 2, which will see the event leader in heat number 2, Johan So. I think he said he was 97 kilos. I mean, he's close to touching that magic 100 mark. I mean, he's a big fella, isn't he? But he's not much fat on him.
No, after the Olympics, I think he lost some weight.
Yeah, he's all muscle. We got Cyril. Oh, that's them coming up to the top. Yeah. So we got Johan So in this next semi-final. Cyril Everard. We got Hugo Schoberg in this. Nielsen. He's going to be on the orange loft sail. Jefferson. Oh, this is a new fella entering today. So I think I spoke to his mum earlier. He's been at school or working all week, but he's now here. We've got Hugo Cox in this. We got Van der Weg, which is the son of the last Van der Weg. We got Matthias in this one. Oh, no, that was Matthias in the last one. I think it changed over there just as we were leaving. But yeah, Bjarne Van der Weg in this one. Gustav Permin, another young rider, 15 years old, but he isn't 68 kilos. Permin's got a fair bit of weight on his side at 15. He's a big fella. I mean, he's tall, isn't he, as well?
He's tall, yeah.
Really tall. We've also got Heinmeier in this. Thijs.
I also spoke with Thijs. He made the decision to go with 7.5 and the 650 wing. To go with a little bit smaller sail, but bigger front wing to be easier around the course.
Interesting.
But still don't have the too much overpowered of the sail, so it's interesting.
Is that a good tactic, you think?
It could be a good tactic. It could also be working to your disadvantage, because you would also maybe in between the gusts you want to have a bigger sail.
Yeah.
I
would have thought bigger sail, bigger wing.
Yeah.
Just go everything bigger. But yeah, like you say, you can see the speed differences, and yes, we have got lower speed racing today, but as we saw in the last one, the speed doesn't really come into it. It's who's got the edge on the jibe, and you know, it's kind of like, it's quite interesting to see. Okay, we should be coming close to the start. I think it's also easier for the drone today. When there's less wind around, it takes less energy to hover, so it can stay out for a lot longer. That was Hainmeyer, was it, on the north? Or was that, no, it wasn't. It was Johan So. Johan So. In the Neil Pride, we got, actually, that looks like Jefferson. Elias Jefferson, maybe, on the Neil Prides, because we don't see many Neil Prides. It was, yesterday it was just Everard on the Neil Pride, but I'm guessing if we've got Elias Jefferson here, then he must be on a Neil Pride. Hugo Cox from France, he's a young fellow as well.
It's also light wind, so they could also be in his advantage today.
Yeah.
Especially when you have the first day super high winds and the next day light winds is changing the whole sheets.
Yeah,
properly.
Definitely. Fabian K says, how tall is Johan So? Well, I'm pretty sure I saw the stats, and I'm not sure they were right, because I think he's like 190. I think it said on his stats 197, but he's definitely not 197. He's not like the Wolf tall.
No.
The Wolf is really tall. I did an interview with him earlier, and it hurt my neck looking up at him. He's massive. I mean, if the Wolf puts on some weight, it could be a machine.
Could be a machine, yeah.
He's like, he's quite skinny, isn't he? He's quite, well, I mean, still, what does he weigh? He must be below 90. He's in the 80s.
I think it was 88 or 87.
Yeah, just below. So I think if he fills out a bit, he's going to be a beast number 2. Well, he's already called the Wolf, so I think that's going to stick for sure. We got Yargo saying, what we got here? We were cheering for Dietz there. Always nice to see the underdog pushing through. I'm a lighter rider, so rooting for him. I think it's usually the way, isn't it? You always want the sort of underdog to push through against the bigger riders. That David Goliath battle at the moment. So we're just waiting for the sequence at the moment, by the looks of it. So you sitting here, we obviously got Koen Hessels in the studio, who's been racing the last few days, but got a bit of an injury at the moment. Are you watching this and are you thinking, oh, I wouldn't mind being out there. I reckon I could have him in this. Like, is that what do you do when you're watching races like this?
I think for me, I'm personally more analyzing the racing to see where you can make an advantage or how the tactics are working. I think you can.
Interesting.
It's also super fun to watch all the racing, all the exciting racing, especially in the high winds. It's so cool.
So what do you take from that first race? Is it you looking at lines on jibes? You looking
lines at the start. It's really about positioning. When you have a good start, you can be at first at the first mark, and it's easy to be first at the first mark to get the free air.
Yeah.
So it's all about tactics, analyzing everything.
And what speed are they likely to be going? Because I saw some speeds yesterday, which obviously was very windy, but it was so windy that speed wasn't the optimum thing. It was more like staying on. So I think I saw 33 knots yesterday, which is quick.
It's quick, yeah.
That is really quick. What are they doing today?
I think they're going 28 knots because it's super light winds. And when you have the big foil, it's almost twice the size as what they used yesterday. So they are not going as quick as...
Okay, interesting. So they're basically the different sizes of foils. They have a top speed, which they're almost capable of before they create too much lift, and then just you're fighting to keep the thing in the water. Is that kind of correct?
It is.
Okay. So that's what we've got at the moment. If you're just tuning in, day number 3 here in Ebeltoft in Denmark. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right, but that's my best effort. But we're definitely in Denmark. The sun is out today. There's a few little clouds around, but we've had the sun out. The wind has gone a little bit offshore, so we're having some really interesting conditions. We had 40 knots yesterday. The first day, I think we had 16 to 20 knots, something like that, maybe with a few bigger gusts. And now we've got the lighter wind more offshore. There's a bit of gusts out there, and the guys are using their bigger equipment. And as I explained earlier, with this tour, there is no limits in gear. So if you've got a bigger foil, if you've got a bigger sail, if you've got a bigger board, you can use it all. You know, they want to see racing even in the real minimal conditions, because the equipment is out there to do that. And what they don't want is for you to register your biggest wing as a 450 or something, or 500, and not be able to race. They want you to be able to go, right, I'm going to stick a 900 in if I have to, and keep that thing flying.
Yeah.
So that's the idea. And it's, well, seems to be working at the moment. We are racing. It looks like they're lining up. There's been a bit of a delay, though. I'm not quite sure what's happening. I don't know if someone can let me know if we're still going. Maybe they've had to move something. Oh, there's the green screen. Well, yeah, that's us. We've got the easy job here. We've got quite a comfortable spot in the studio. Okay, there we go. Looks like the drone came back to recharge. But yeah, there must have been a delay of something. But the wind forecast is to come through any moment. And from what we've seen, those forecasts here seem to be pretty accurate. You know, pretty much to the minute. It's like the wind's going to be 40 knots at this, bang. You're like, wow, okay, that's pretty accurate. Like after we stopped racing yesterday, did you see that wind? Well, you must have seen it. It
was crazy windy.
It went ridiculous. I mean, you probably didn't see it in the edit because we'd stopped filming by then, but the end of the day, it was like there was people out there on 3.7s getting blown off the water. Like, could hardly sheet it.
I drove down the road and I saw some catamarans flying around, some stuff flying around, garbage bins flying.
I was
everywhere.
a bit worried for the big screen, to be honest, because it had a few moments. I thought, oh my God. So we have got the postponement up. Can we get some confirmation of what is happening? Let's see. Okay, so postponement flag is up on the boat. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let's have a look. If you've got any questions, let me know in the comments. Nicola saying Cone isn't starting today, question mark. What's wrong with you? I know that's his next question. I'm going to help him out.
With all the training, all the working, my legs are just overloaded with all the exercises I've been doing. So I need to take some rest now.
Okay.
To get fully back.
Well, we've already had Michelle Becker pull out. Mr. Hessels now has pulled out. I mean, we're working you boys too hard by the sounds of it. I mean, there's been a lot of events recently. It's been a hectic season. I mean, even just for me doing the media stuff and being around these events, I feel knackered. I'm just sitting on a chair all day, so I can only imagine what you guys are going through. It's pretty full on.
It's a lot. Also, the past 2 months, I've been only home for 2.5 weeks, so it's a lot.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, so if we can get some confirmation from the boat what the plan is, are we likely to start soon? Looks like the few boys are getting ready with the watches, so maybe we're about to see some action. Looks like a nice little yacht. Actually went on a yacht the other day. Felt seasick. I don't think you'd have the same problem here. It's pretty flat. Who have we got there then? Let's have a look who we've got on our list. 326 is Gustav Permin. Johan So there on the black sail. We've got Everard, Cyril Everard on that pink and sort of black Neil Pride sail. Nielsen on the orange loft sail. got the duotone, which could be a few people, but probably Van der Weg, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bjorn Van der Weg. So the no more postponement. So we should be seeing a red flag any second now, which will be 4 minutes. There's Winter, not in this race. He's already sailed his semi-final. We didn't miss a semi-final, did we?
No.
Okay, I'm just checking.
We did the first race, yeah.
I'm just making sure we haven't missed anything. Let's have a look at the phone. There we go. I've got an update for Mr. JC out there. It's got red flag is up. Okay, so 4 minutes until the start. This is just the semi-final, you know. This is to get through to the final. And like I said before, the top guys in these semi-finals, it's pretty much an easy cruise for them. But in this lighter winds, nothing is taken for granted because, as we said before, if you drop off the foil and you go down in the water, you're not foiling. You literally stop. That's it. You're not getting going until you pump that thing and get it going or get a gust. And if the other guys in that heat can stay foiling, no matter how far are you ahead, if you stop dead, they're going to catch you up pretty quickly. So it really isn't all over until they cross that finish line because there are some holes in the wind. You know, you've got to put all the leg pressure in. You've got to press down on that foil. You've got to get that thing moving. It's not necessarily going to be cancelled if the wind drops. You know, it's up to you to keep that thing moving, which is physical.
It's physical, and also mentally, you need to be on there. When you're not on there, you're going to touch down and you're over.
Yeah. And it, like that little bit of a touchdown creates that resistance, and then it pulls you down. You know, you've got to fight to keep that thing from sticking to the water. So keeping the foil nice and high, keeping that board at least clear of the water by a certain degree. I mean, how long are the masts on most of these? Meter-ish?
Most 95 centimeters.
95 centimeters, okay.
So it's the ideal size.
You got a bit of clearance. There was people playing around with 110s and stuff like this, I remember years ago. But the problem is with that, if you don't ride it at an optimum height, you have way more drag. So the lower your board is to the water, if you've got a longer mast, then you've got way more drag. You've got an extra 15 centimeters of drag if you're riding at the same height as someone on a 95. If you've got 110, you're riding it super high, then okay. But then you higher, so you've probably got more wind resistance, and you've got to keep it at a certain height, which is probably relatively scary at that height.
It is, and also the stiffness of the mast. With the 110, it's quite the distance to get the super stiff mast, and with the 95 you can make the small mast thinner, so it's even faster going through the water, and it's the same stiffness.
Interesting. So
it's
yeah,
interesting.
That is definitely interesting. Makes sense. So that's obviously, like you say, that 95 seems to be the magic number to get height and to be able to get the stiffness in the mast. Yeah. And if you look at a lot of the new foils that are selling well, doing well, they have a very fat top of the mast, which is the closest bit to the board, to create the stiffness. And as you go further down, the bit that's mostly in the water, the bottom of the mast, is a lot thinner and obviously reduces the drag and increases your speed. So I think that is definitely the way nearly all the foils are going these days. If it hasn't gone that way already, it's going to be going some way soon. I mean, it seems to be the only way at the moment. So here we go, getting ready for heat number 2, elimination 6. Johan So, Cyril Everard. We got Sjoberg, Nielsen, Jefferson, Cox, Van der Weg, Permin, and Heinemeyer. Heinemeyer?
Heinemeyer, yeah.
Heinemeyer, there we go. Here we go, lining up. Looks like Johan So not taking any risks at the moment, but maybe it is a risk in these light winds. We'll have to see. Nielsen looking good on the orange loft sail. Heinemeyer nearest the boat on the north sail on the total right-hand side of your picture. Got Jefferson in there on the Neil Pride. Everard on the Neil Pride. But going over the line in first place, it is the young Danish rider, Permin, Gustav Permin. And Heinemeyer looking good, actually, at the front. You said he gambled on a 7.5, smaller sail, bigger front wing. Nielsen dropping back a little bit. You can see he's having to pump that loft sail. We've got, Johan So at the moment in about 4th place, but he's been doing the Olympics recently, so he is probably very comfortable in these lighter winds. And look at the speed of Johan So. That's why they call him the Beast. I mean, he is absolutely flying, and he's going to go round that first mark in first place, just shutting down Heinemeyer as we go round. But Heinemeyer looking good in second place. A good jibe from Everard in second place, the Belgium. 4th place at the moment looks like Nielsen. Light wind racing here in Denmark on day number 3. Gustav Permin, Denmark 326. Looks like he's in that mix for that 5th place. He's been having a couple of close battles. Also got the duotone of Bjorn van der Weg, I think it is. But out in the lead, who is this? He's not in the lead because that's Cyril Everard.
Yeah, Jorn is leading
He's
far
gone.
ahead.
I was going to say he's off the picture. He's got the yellow rash vest, which signifies him leading this event. But look at that battle for 6th place. It's on, isn't it? 5th and 6th. Van der Weg and Permin can have a battle here. They got to stay on the foil on the jibes, though. One missed jibe and you could be going straight back in the pack. But no problems for So and Everard at the moment. Heinemeyer, then Nielsen, and it is Permin against Van der Weg, and Van der Weg has messed it up. Oh, he didn't need that. Actually, I need to make sure that is Van der Weg. It is, isn't it?
Oh, now it's Van der Weg.
Yeah,
I think it's Hugo.
Hugo, yeah, Hugo Schoberg. That's the problem with those duotones. It's not easy to see, so apologies. Schoberg's got the red helmet, I'm guessing. So Van der Weg is now in 6th place. We got it right in the end. But the problem is only 5 qualified for the final. So Schoberg, like you said, he wanted to get those races in the windy stuff because he does prefer the wind. And this could be the difference. Did Pokemon qualify? Yes, he did.
He did.
So Pokemon is going to get into the money already because he's in the final. Schoberg at the moment is not in that final, and he's got a lot of work to do. Johan So is leading. Everard in 2nd. Hannemeyer in 3rd. Nielsen 4th. And Permin in 5th place. And just trying to get that thing to not stick. Don't sit down. He gets it. Oh, it's close. He needs to keep going. He can't afford to park that thing in the water because he will get caught up, but manages to get it up and flying. Van der Weg is actually coming back through here. Jefferson as well on the Neil Pride. So Jefferson in about 7th place, Van der Weg in 6th, and Permin, the Danish rider, the young fella, I think he's 15 years old, is going to take that 5th and final spot unless he has a disaster on this last finishing line. But it will be Johan So that absolutely cruised that. Everard in 2nd, Nielsen in 3rd. It's going to be Heinemeyer in 4th place, and Gustav Permin will take that 5th place. So a couple of the young guns, 14 and 15 years old, both making the final in the light winds.
There comes Hugo over the line, just missing out on the winners' final.
Yeah, we've got H. What's the H on the screen for? We're going home.
I think it's home, yeah.
Home. The drone's going home. It's just like his safety switch. Well, we got offshore winds today. Obviously, a lot lighter than yesterday, like 40 knots. I think some of the cameras didn't do it justice yesterday because it was absolutely screaming windy. You know, it was more survival than anything else. Like,
it is.
People weren't racing yesterday. They were just going, I just want to make it to the end of this race. It was pretty crazy. Okay, so we have got our finalists. Let's maybe just recap through who we've got in that final. We've got Johan So in the final. We've got Fabian Wolf in the final. Cyril Everard's made that final. Noah Winter is in the final. Sjoberg not in that final. Lars Poggeman, who is level in the overalls, will probably go ahead of Sjoberg now because he is in the final. Heinemeyer in 7th place. Could he catch up today? A good result could put him right up there. He's in the final. We got Permin in the final, and Dietz and Nielsen in the final. So a few of the guys that have been a bit further down, who have not really been making all the finals, Nielsen's made a couple out of 5. So that's the 3rd final he's made. That's pretty good. Dietz as well has only made 2 finals. They're making another one today. Really good to see.
That's good.
Permin, this will be his 3rd final. So a couple of the guys showing that the lighter winds kind of suits them. We're obviously going to have the runners-up final first, so we'll have to see how that goes. But then we're going to go into that winners' final. It's a little, obviously, a bit slower today. Things are going a bit slower because they are actually racing quite a long way offshore, and to bring in the drone, get it back out, takes a little bit of time. But hopefully, they should be running that runners-up final pretty soon, and we'll be back out there for the winners' final. Any questions? Let me know on the on YouTube. What have we got? What's the air water temperature like? I haven't been in the water. What's it like? It's not cold, is it?
It's not cold, no.
No,
it's also not super warm. It's quite okay.
Yeah, it's like when you think of Denmark, you think of cold. And to be fair, I have been wearing a jacket the last couple of days, but it's more been to do with the wind. You know, when you get 20 knots plus of wind, there's a bit of wind chill around, but the air temperature is pretty warm. And I had a little dip my toe in the water, but it's not cold for sure because it's in its own little bay here. It feels like it's kind of warmed up over the summer. So I can't give you actual degrees. I could check on, maybe have a little quick check. Let me see if I can give you some stats. Obviously you guys can do this at home, but just to give you a bit of an idea. Ebeltoft, what do we got here? We've got air temperature 20 degrees. Is it that warm? Well, there you go. I'm not sure it feels like 20 degrees, but I mean, that's pretty warm, isn't it? 20 degrees at the moment, 17, 18, 20, 21. That's like kind of weekly temperatures. So it gives you a bit of an idea.
Especially when the sun's out, it's really nice outside.
Yeah. No, it's nice, I have to say. It's nice. Nice, definitely now we've got the bit of sun. So, like I said, we're just bringing the drone back in. We're going to be sending him back out pretty soon, and we'll get those finals underway. But any questions, let me know. I'll do my best to answer them. There's quite a few people asking about the little H symbol. Yeah, I'm guessing it is the home. Tim Cairn says, tell us more about not needing a weight vest. About not needing a weight vest. I have a 50N vest with pockets and never tried 4 kilograms. I'm 74 kilograms. Not quite sure on that question, but weight. Have you used any weight here? Because you can use in this competition, in the PWA, the World Tour, you can't use weight. But on this tour, EPWT, you are allowed to wear weight. The only rule is if you have weight, it has to float itself. So if you've got 4 kilos of lead or 2 kilos of lead, you need the appropriate buoyancy to float 2 kilos of lead or 4 kilos of lead. So if your buoyancy, if you put it in the water afterwards and it sinks, it's a bit like speed sailing. If you put it in and it sinks, it's illegal, you're disqualified, you're not allowed to do that. Because obviously if someone has a crash, we don't want them to sink. It's not a good thing to do. So I have seen a few people trying out. I saw Winter had some.
Winter had the first day, he had first jacket with weight. But he was getting some, back was hurting of the weight of his shoulders.
Oh, really?
Then he changed to put it in his harness. That's also working really good.
Yeah.
It makes a difference.
I have heard people putting it in the harness because obviously the higher up your body you put it, the more difference it makes, but you feel it, you know, and it sounds stupid, but when you put a a 4 kilo right up on the top. It can, but if you put it in your harness,
it's
and
perfect.
especially when you're a lighter rider, you do notice a lot. Especially where you ride these foils, if it's in your harness, the amount of weight you have low down, you can keep that thing from moving around too much. I know when I did it from speed sailing, the difference was massive. I had something like 10 kilos though, but the difference when a gust hits you is huge. Like instead of getting moved, like your body weight moves and gets pulled, the sail and the mast kind of bends and you accelerate, and it was quite interesting to have like that experience of a heavier person. Like I'm like, is what it's like to be like 90 kilos? And I was like, wow, because it does make a huge difference.
It makes a huge difference. And now also with the light winds, it's now even with the weight vest, you can make a decision: do I make weight?
Yeah.
Or shall I take no weights and then be easier planing? But then you are a bit, when a gust comes, you
move around
a bit more. So it's
it's definitely in that. Weirdly, it's like the acceleration, but once you're moving, so that you don't get the sail doesn't get pulled away from you, and you just you hold it and then you accelerate. And again, it's the same if you're a heavier person, just in general. And also, which I still can't get my head around physics wise. I mean, it makes sense if I think about it going down a hill, that if you put a heavier weight down a hill, it gets more momentum, it's harder to stop. And apparently it's the same theory in speed sailing. So I'm guessing it's the same in foiling. Once you're up to speed, if you're heavier, it takes longer to stop. Whereas if you're lighter, you stop quicker. And we saw that with Dietz, actually, weirdly. When he got the hole, because he's light, you almost slowed up quicker.
Yeah, only when you have the
But you accelerate quicker.
Yeah, but only when you have the small wings. When you're heavier, then you slow down faster.
Yeah. But if you're already up to speed, in theory, the momentum should carry you.
It is.
But it's hard to work that because I know in Ludwitz, when we were going down the speed canal, the heavier guys go better through the holes. And I was like, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm lighter, I should go through. But what happens is I accelerate quicker, but I also slow down quicker. And they accelerate slower, but slow down slower. So it's kind of blows my mind. And it sounds really, there'll be people out there going, Ben, you're an idiot. That's obvious. I'm like, is it? I didn't think it was. But anyway, I'm showing my lack of brain cells here. Has my live stream just cut out? Okay. Hopefully we're still live, but my one did something weird there. So let's see if that's still playing. Apologies if we are. No, it's still going. It's just a weird YouTube thing. So we are into sequence. When that black flag goes down, it will be 1 minute until the start of the runners-up. Yeah,
runners-up final.
Yeah, runners-up final. How much is the entry fee to compete in the EPWT?
I think it was 180 euros.
180 euros. But we had food every day.
Food every day.
150.
Yeah.
150.
No, 180. I can remember. 150.
150. 150. I'm getting told in my ear from the man who took the money. So, so 150. But like I said, I think it's been pretty solid, hasn't it? Like the food's been amazing. I mean,
you get an amazing live stream.
Lunch and dinner. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
Lunch and dinner. That's pretty cool. And it's not just some flimsy food. The food in Denmark, I have to say, out of all the events I've ever done in Denmark, the Danes absolutely nail it every time with the food. And talking about nailing it, we are coming up to the start now. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. So it's a port tack start. Let's see if we can get ahead of the bunch. Let's see if we can get ahead of them coming down this reach. Well, they should be coming into shot. There they are. Some lighter winds, and we should see Sjoberg out there. Van der Weg as well. They're looking like they've gone a bit early, and that's the worst thing to do in light winds. You have to slow down and then it's in all sorts of trouble. Oh, someone's slightly early on that Severn. He's tried to burn off some speed. Has he done enough? Oh, you could see a few people. I think it's Jefferson that's had a good start at that top end on the Neil Pride. A few of the other guys having to try and slow down, gone a bit early. Obviously, one of the duotones going well.
Van der Werk has a really good start now.
Yeah, looking good.
It's looking good.
And these are the guys who are close to qualifying. You're expecting to see these at the front of the fleet. So we got Jefferson and Van der Weg at the front of this one. And then the loft sail of, was it Fredriksson? I think it might be Fredriksson. Van der Weg. Yeah, it is Van der Weg, yeah. Van der Weg in first. Jefferson in second. Then we got Fredriksson, Sjoberg.
Sjoberg is not in there now.
Oh, he's not. He's gone. So who's on the other duotone? Hugo Cox, maybe.
Yeah.
The young Frenchman. Hugo Cox on the duotone. Here we go. Looking, looks like the wind's picked up a little bit. Van der Weg looking pretty powered up now as we're coming in. This is the runners-up final, and then we're going into the big boys in the final next. We should be going pretty smoothly through to that. Just a 3-mark course today. Offshore winds. You can see some bigger gusts coming through. Van der Weg needs to keep the jibes together. A good jibe from Bjorn. And Jefferson, good jibe from him in second place. Pretty sure this is Fredriksson on the loft. And then Oram, maybe? Yeah, 188, Fredriksson. Oh, that's the other Van der Weg. Matthias, is it? Yeah. Matthias Van der Weg. Oh, does the Undertaker on Fredriksson. So that's Van der Weg Senior, Matthias, the dad of Bjorn Van der Weg. And they've got different model sails. That's what confused me. I think usually if you see two names the same, they've usually got the same gear. But these two, no.
It's a cool competition to be sailing with your dad.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty cool. Not if he beats you, though. Look, this is Bjorn goes round this last mark in first place. And it looks like Bjorn Van der Weg will be winning. As a little wave to the camera, you have to be careful when you wave. That's the one time you don't want to go down. Jefferson in second place. This will be the leader. Let's follow him through. He's going to get his moment of glory here. There he is. Looking pretty comfortable. What size is that? 9.0 or something like that? I don't know what the duotones have in sizes.
I think it's 8.7 what duotone has. Yeah.
There we go. Looking pretty good. So Van der Weg will take the runners-up final. So 11th place he will take. It is 11th because there's 10 in the final. So 11th place this will be for Bjorn Van der Weg. Good race, solid from start to finish there. Jefferson. Let me just have a quick check. Jesperson. And then Mr. Matthias Van der Weg. The full Van der Weg family. Fredriksson just going over the line now. And then we're going up to the winners' final next. And this will be quite an interesting one.
Especially now you see the gusts coming through.
That's what we want to see. We really want to see it get windy, don't we?
Yeah.
If we're unbiased here in the commentary booth, so we just want to see some exciting racing. But if that wind picks up and they're all on the big gear, it will be quite interesting to see who can hold it down. But we know Johan So is going to be able to hold it down. That's for sure. I mean, he is looked in really good form. Obviously, there's one blip on his score sheet, and that was when he pushed the line a little bit too hard. There was a plan to have 2 drones for this event, but I think there was some last-minute complications with that, which is it's a shame because it does make it a little bit more seamless for you guys at home watching. But we've got the winners final coming up, elimination 6. Need to have like a batteries on the boat or something.
Yeah.
Change them out there. That's the tricky thing with them in drones. But they do make a difference because trying to film this race without drones today, I mean, we wouldn't see anything. We wouldn't even, we would literally get nothing. Let's have a look at some comments coming through. Let's have a look. Would it make sense to have a big LED countdown timer on the start boat, reduce race restarts? I actually don't think it would reduce the restarts because there is just, like, when you think these guys are going, what speed are they going? Like 10, 20, so 10 meters per second, 10 meters a second, or maybe faster. 15.
Maybe faster, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
What is it in knots? I'm trying to think. It's half, double. So if they're going 33 knots, 15 meters a second, say 15 meters a second, that's blimmin' quick. You haven't got time to look at the boat. You'll look at the boat, there's about 1 second, and that difference between going over and not is half a second.
especially when
nothing.
people are on top of you or the pin. It's
Yeah, you
super
can't.
hard
You're
to
not
see.
looking at the boat, so you've all got to have your own watches. But this is the final: Johan So, Fabian Wolf, Noah Winter, Cyril Everard, Lars Bogyman, Kasper Nielsen. We've seen that. Frederick Oram. We've got Peyton Dietz, Gustav Permin, the 2 young guns, 14 years old and 15 years old, and Hanemeyer from the Netherlands as well in this final. So 10 riders fighting it out. Can Johan So get another win, or can someone challenge him? Who do you think's going to put up the biggest fight here?
I think Fabio will be the closest, and Noah will also be fast in the light winds, I think.
Yeah.
Will be quite close, I think. With the light winds, everything is close. The speed is not as high as in the high winds, so
hopefully they're already in sequence by now, because the drone, I don't think we need to watch the whole sequence from the drone. No, it looks like, no, they haven't actually. So we've still got more than 4 minutes to go. Call me a outside bet here. Who's an outside bet? And we know Johan So is going to be up there. I mean, that's a given. He's one of the best riders in the world. Close for him to win the world title last year. Obviously, it came down to that protest. I don't think we need to talk about it anymore here, but he was definitely fast enough, had all the skills, did everything, Who else could we see? We've seen the Wolf. We know he's been up there. Who could be an outside bet? Could Pogyman be an outside bet? Maybe pushing that top 3?
I think also Kasper Nielsen is also super fast.
In the lighter winds.
Light winds, yeah. I think could also be a good contestant.
Okay, interesting. So he's on the loft sail, orange loft sail. Let's have a look. What's his best result been so far? So Kasper Nielsen has had, his best result has been a 5th in the first race yesterday. He's had an 8th. It was his second best. And then he hasn't made the other finals. So, yeah, good outside bet. Like it. They were moving the mark. That's why there was a little bit of a delay. That kind of makes sense. Get some updates from Mr. John Carter, who's out on the boat, obviously taking the pictures. If you checked out the EPWT Facebook page, JC's got all his pictures on there. There's some pretty crazy pictures as usual. Interesting to see. I want to see an upset. I want to see some drama. Obviously, I'm a commentator. I like to see that little bit of mixing it up as we go into the winners final. There we go. 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
2 minutes and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop.
Just looking at some comments. Is there a bracket somewhere? I'm not sure if it's online. I think there is an app, isn't there, for the heats? There was someone telling me there was some sort of app you could check, but I don't actually have the information. But a few people asking online where they can see the eliminations. I think the results should be on the Facebook page, but I would, again, that's not my department, but we've got the results here, so they must be available somewhere. Is there a website?
There's
a website, so it could be on the website. I'll wait for someone to tell me where they are. I'll pass that information on. But we are into a minute to go until the 6th elimination final. Let's have a look. Let's see who we've got. We've got Poggyman on that yellow and orange S2 Maui sail, second from the left-hand side. Got a fair few Severns in this. Obviously, we've got Nielsen on that loft sail in the middle, the orange loft sail. Hannemeyer on the north sail, third from the bottom of your picture. The Wolf looks like he's furthest left down that bottom end, the German. We've got Johan So, who's right back in the pack at the moment. Maybe a few people pushing the line. Noah Winter on that Patrick sail and Everard right up near the boat end. Look at this start. Everyone's coming in close. Poggyman is giving himself some room down this bottom end. So is the Wolf. And Poggyman's made a move there. He's gone for it. Poggyman and Heinemeyer going through nice and early. Were they over the line? Did they make a good start? But it looks like if they did have a good start, they've got a nice little lead here. The Wolf is having to pump his way and trying to get out of the dirty air from Poggyman. But look at Johan So go on the top of your picture. What devastating speed from the Danish rider. The beast is absolutely flying down this first reach. Not the best start, but he has got such a speed advantage. It's insane. So Johan So is going to go into that first mark in first place, but second place is absolutely up for grabs right now. Lars Poggyman giving it a good go down this bottom end, trying to hold that line. We've got the Wolf just upwind of him, but it is Johan So round in first place. Poggyman takes the inside line. The Wolf just outside of him. Then Noah Winter, then Everard, then Hannemeyer. And the Wolf has a really nice jibe on the inside. And him and Poggyman are going to go head-to-head here. Actually, it's the Wolf that's maybe just got a bit of an advantage now, as Noah Winter is making good ground in fourth place. Johan So out in the lead. Everard back in about fifth place at the moment. Poggyman really is trying to get inside that top 5 in the overalls, get himself inside the prize money. And he's a big German battle for second place at the moment. But Johan So, you can't even see him. He's literally flying out towards that second mark. But the real fight is for second place right now. With Michelle Becker going home injured, second place is up for grabs. But the Wolf is making it his own at the moment. And Poggyman is having to pump here, coming into the mark. Needs to try and find a bit of power here. And Winter is closing in on him. Keep your eye on Noah Winter from Denmark in fourth place. He's going to make a move on this jibe. He's got a bit of room to play with here, so he might be able to get the inside line on Lars Poggyman. But they're coming inside that outside jibe. pretty soon. Johan So is already round the mark, and it's going to be the Wolf who goes round in second. Massive lead for the Beast. The Wolf in second, Pogaman in third, and there we go. There's that inside jibe. Really likes to do that, Winter. It's kind of his trademark move, and Nielsen goes down at the mark with Heinemeyer really close, but Noah Winter has taken that third place, and he's now going to challenge the Wolf for second. Pogaman has missed out there. You could see he was losing a little bit to the Danish rider all the way down that reach, and he just couldn't get the room to get that inside jibe, and then Winter slammed it inside, got the acceleration. He's moved up into third place, trying to keep that podium alive at the moment. Everard is in third in the overall. Winter slipped to fourth, so what will it mean if he could get up into second place here? But out in front, it is Johan So, and it looks like he's going to add another bullet to his absolutely flawless results at the moment. Second place, it's the Wolf at the moment, but can Winter? Oh, Winter having a go. Winter having a go at the Wolf, but the Wolf just shuts the door on him. Winter has to go down low. Pogaman coming round. Everard really close with Pogaman for that fourth and fifth place, but out in front, Johan So from Denmark in his home country, I should say. I was going to say his home patch, but he lives up the road. It's relatively close for him, but he is looking very, very comfortable right now on his foiling equipment. He's just won the Europeans in IFCA. He's now leading easily this EPWT first ever event here in Denmark. But some real close racing for second, third, fourth and fifth, and it's still going to go all the way to the line. But the second place in the overalls at the moment, Fabian Wolf is going to take second place. 197 tall, this bloke. He's an absolute giant. But he's going to get second place, so a good race from the Wolf. Good race from Winter up into third. Pogaman does hold on to fourth place, and he will move up into fifth place in the overalls. Everard keeps it pretty solid with a fifth. Heinemeyer from the Netherlands just coming over the line now. And then we've got Dietz coming ahead, winning the battle of the young guns ahead of Permin. There we go. Mr. Hessels, what did you make of that?
It's a good final, yeah. You saw really the speed of Johan, how fast he is. But it was close with all the other guys. It's good racing.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting final. Obviously, light wins, but that start, I mean, everyone was on it, wasn't it? It wasn't that there was, there was nobody slipping there. Everyone was right on the gun. And actually, Johan probably had the worst start further back in the pack. But maybe because he knows how quick he is. Yeah. He knows he's got this speed advantage. I mean, I've never been that quick compared to everyone else, so I wouldn't know what it feels like. But if you know you've got this speed advantage, racing becomes a lot easier. You know, we'll see. Okay, so we're going to let these guys come back to the beach. We're going to do some beach interviews. Anyone surprise you in that? Or did pretty much go towards the form book? There was some good racing from Pogaman.
Also, Thijs Hannemeyer had a really good start, a really good first reach. He was strong.
Yeah, interesting to see he's on that North Sail as well. Interesting concept. If anyone hasn't seen that North Sail, it's got air cams.
It does.
Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, it's and also the sail is 3D molded, so it's on a 3D table and it's just getting printed. It's not like a normal monofilm sail.
Yeah.
That you have the panels and they're stitched together. It's just the sail is one piece. It's really cool.
Really mad, yeah. And I wonder if we're going to see more of those, North Sails in the world at the moment, because we only see a few here and there, but it looks like he's going okay, and it's a different concept. So interestingly, I know a Dutchman is quite closely related to all that, obviously Peter Bale.
Peter Bale, yeah.
Yeah, so I thought maybe you might know a little bit about it. It's pretty mad, but the camber thing is like you actually pump it up like a kite.
Yeah, you do.
Or like a wing.
It's quite cool.
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting to see. Obviously saw loft sail in there, Nielsen, but went down at that mark. That's unfortunate. It's tricky because when you're fighting this close, it always looks so easy from the drone and when we're sitting here. But it's not, is it? I mean,
it's hardcore racing.
And people are shouting. Is that what it's like on the race course?
Not on this racing, but some people are shouting. Yeah.
Are you a shouter?
No.
I'm a shouter. I've decided. I started trying to scare people. It doesn't always work. Sometimes scares me when I start shouting because it pumps up the whole situation. But on the foil, there's a lot of concentration going on. So maybe explain why we've got a bit of time before these guys come in. Difference between fin sailing and foil sailing. I have heard Michelle Becker explain it which is kind of a mad explanation, but he says, when you're trying to fill a water bottle up out of one of those big 5-litre water bottles and it's very full and you've got to be just totally concentrated, and as soon as you miss, the water spills out. He said that's what it's like sailing on a foil. You've got to keep that concentration.
Especially pushing on a course, everything is on the edge.
It's down to minor movements.
Minor movements. It's not big movements, because when you make a big movement, you fly out. It's all about the tiny movements.
Yeah.
In fin sailing, it's a bit more about the bigger movements, really pushing the power in, but it's more with foiling control, having the right power.
And this is interesting because this is what I've tried to explain to people, because what we've seen with years of fin slalom racing, normal windsurfing, that it's very difficult for a young guy to break in to that slalom top 10 in their first years. Whereas foiling, we see people come from nowhere. We've seen sailors who have never windsurfed before just pick up an IQ foil, or pick up the German girl who was in Furta. She's been wind foiling and never windsurfing for 3 years or 2 years, and she's already competing at the top. And you're like, how is that possible? And what some people don't realize is, if you've windsurfed before, it can almost be a disadvantage, because, like you say, on a windsurfer, everything's quite brute force on something's pushing off the fin, and with foiling, it's more like a balancing.
It's like
act.
dancing with elements.
It is quite mad. It's actually easier if you haven't windsurfed before. That's what I'm taking from it. It's like it can be a disadvantage because, especially for the older guys transferring over, you have to relearn certain things, like where you would slam on the rail or slam on the back of the board and push round. You do that on the foil, you're gone.
It's gone, and especially the racing lines on the foil is way different than on the fin.
No, it's interesting. I'm still getting used to it. I haven't done much foiling, I'll be honest. And I think it also depends on where you live. What I'm loving, I think, if I was getting into foiling, is having a beach where you pull your van up near to the water, a bit like here where it's grassy, you rig up, it's quite relaxing, and then you're at the water straight away. Where I live in Portugal, it's a fair old walk. And walking with the foil stuff, because it's very difficult to walk with both. It's almost like a 2-stage trip. You take the board down with the foil, then you come back, you get the rig. And if it's a long way, or you just shuffle down the beach, that's usually my move. But yeah, so we've got the riders coming in. We'll get some interviews when they come. Obviously, it's not easy because we've got offshore winds today. So to keep the action flowing. Yeah, like I said, we are getting them when they come in off the water. Obviously, taking their time at the moment because it is a little bit tricky. But you can see how flat it is. There he is, the event leader at the moment. Johan So, I say at the moment, I mean, it's hard to see a different champ, isn't it? He is so dominant right now. And I mean, like I said, I think he just won the Europeans winning every race. Is that what I heard? I never saw the results, but it wouldn't surprise me. So I heard that and I thought, I don't even need to check it because it does sound quite like it could have happened. And looking at how, dominant he's been here, he's got that extra few knots, which is kind of interesting. Noah Vinter as well. I mean, good to see we've got some lighter riders holding their own, though, because, I've been a big advocate, I'm not going to lie, about seeing some different weight classes, because I do think it's an interesting one. Obviously, the way the EPWT have got around it is to say you can add weight. I still think it's interesting. We got this Peyton Dietz, 68 kilos, and he's competing against guys that are 97 kilos. I mean, you're like, wow, that's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult. But that's the nature of the sport. It's a bit like basketball. People have explained it to me. It's a tall man's game. And windsurfing is kind of that 90 plus kilo game at the moment, especially in the foiling. So you can see there, Patrick, all Patrick stuff for Winter. Patrick foil, Patrick board, Patrick sail. We got Johan So is obviously 0.7 FMX and a Patrick foil. We've got the Wolf, which is Severn starboard. And
Yes, sir. Nej, så mycket.
I'll wait for him to stop the wind. Alright, the beast with his beast gear. It's a big wing.
That's a big wing.
Tell us, good wind and good wing. Good wind.
Good wing, good wind, good sail, good board. No, it was very nice. I didn't feel so powered. I mean, it was okay. Like there's some seaweed, so it kills a bit of the power, but yeah, it was a nice race.
You like the big gear, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, I like the gear, especially when it like everybody gets on the big and it picks a little bit up. It's nice.
And there's some gusts out there?
Yeah, some good gusts, but not too bad. It's not really crazy. Maybe like 16 knots in the gust, I would say.
And any reason you started behind everyone at the line?
I could just see everybody was early, like really early. So I just wanted to take it easy, so I didn't go over.
Alright, man. Good job. Good luck in the next one.
Good job.
Right, let's talk to. Look, there's Noah. Had a good, another good round. Noah, you're on. We're live. Good race with the big gear. Complete opposite of yesterday.
Yeah, this one was a good one. I really, I think the whole pack was really early on the start. So I just noticed like 6 seconds before we start blow off, I was found out like, holy shit, I'm early. Then I just brake, and then let's go. Then I was pumping, and then the rest of the race was pretty good.
Yeah, and who was around you? You were chasing a wolf on the last mark, no?
Yeah. So I came to the first mark, and of course I saw the beast, and then suddenly the wolf was popping out below me, and then also Lars, and then I had a good few jibes, and then I was third.
Yeah. And conditions, what size were you on?
I was on the biggest, so I have 550 front wing and 85 sail and 85 board.
Perfect, man. All right. Well, good luck in the next one. So see if we can find the wolf. Here he is. Perfect. We'll let the wolf and the beast. I mean, the names are. All right. Let's have a quick chat. Whoa. Good race that time. Enjoy the light winds.
Yeah, it was not really light winds. I think the wind picked up, like we had like 15 plus knots in the end, so it was quite powered up on the big stuff. But yeah, I recovered from a really bad start. I was pumping the whole first reach, and then Johan was gone already by miles, and then I just took it easy to save the second place.
Yeah, and what is your big wing? What is your big stuff?
I was on the 650 wing, which was way too big for this wind.
Okay. Are you going to change down if we go again?
Yeah, I go now for sure 8 and smaller foil.
Okay. All right, man. Good job. Good luck in the next one. Let's have a look, see if we can find someone. Oh, look, here's the young kid. Let's let him put his gear down. You ready for a quick interview?
Oh yeah, sure.
Was it your first final?
No, my third.
Third final?
Yeah.
Okay, how was it out there? Do you like the lighter wind?
Oh yeah, it's really light, but I enjoyed it a lot. The wind's picking up, so it's really nice.
And what's your big gear? What are you using?
I'm using a 6.0 right now and a 540 front wing from a 4. I'm gonna change it to a 460 because the wind is picking up, but it's super nice.
Okay, have you got a bigger sail or is that your biggest stuff?
I got a 7.0, but it's not super nice, so I'm using the 6.0 for now.
Oh, well done. Third final.
Yeah.
Good luck in the next one.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well, trying to see if I can see anyone else for any chats. Quick words, we're live.
Yeah, I wasn't in the final.
Well, yeah, but how was it out there?
At first it was really gusty, especially the first reach, the first heat. It was almost not doable. but then it picked up a bit, became a little more stable, and the final was actually quite strong. I was on 7.5, which was a little too small for the semi, but fine for the final, I think.
Okay, so it's perfect for you now in the next one.
Yes, I hope so.
All right, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we might have maxed it. Back to you, Ben.
Okay, so there you go. That is it from the word on the beach. I think he did him a disservice then. I mean, he won the runners-up final. I mean, like Van der Weg, the last guy we spoke to, Bjorn, he won. Yeah, he won the.
He did.
I mean, a pretty solid performance. Interesting to see Dietz. That is it. 14 years old, 68 kilos, and his third final. Did he say?
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Impressive,
it's impressive.
That's really impressive. Okay, next start we're hearing is in half an hour's time, so 35 minutes time. So we are going to take a short break there. And interesting to hear, though, them saying actually it was quite windy. You could see them going, well, yeah, it was actually not like a light wind race, 16 knots that was, because it's offshore. It never looks that windy because there's not much chop around, very flat. But next race will be kicking off in half an hour's time. Join us back on the live stream. We'll be here to bring you all the live action. Okay, so here we go. We're going live once again. Are you tuned in? Elimination 7 coming up. And the news on the beach is people are changing down.
You do.
What do you reckon? 15 knots we're hearing out there. So we're hearing people going down to 8 meters sails and 550 wings.
550 wings, the medium wing sizes.
Is that what it is? What? Give people out there an idea of what kind of sizes we're talking about. What's your small wing, medium wing, big wing? What's your...
For me personally, the 560 is my big wing. Then underneath there's a 475. That's my medium wing. And then underneath there's the 410. That's my small wing for the really high winds like yesterday.
Okay. And then depending on which brand there is, some wings are more powerful, maybe. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
I've heard the Patrick is quite powerful. Is that...
Patrick is quite powerful. The F4 is even more powerful.
Okay.
So I already lost the sailing with the 460 in 50 knots.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So, you know, you can't always take it like for like. If someone says, oh, I'm using a 550, you do need to know what 550 it is, don't you?
Yeah,
you know,
do.
and so it makes a big difference that. So yeah, we are ready for the start. We're out there, got the drone up. We should likely see the red flag going up very, very soon. We've got the Wolf out there with the white helmet and that Severn sail ready for action. We've got Noah Vinter, and they are both up in this first semi-final heat. We've got Casper Nelson as well. He's in this heat. Rosio from Germany. We've got Hugo Cox from France. We've got Bjorn van der Weg from the Netherlands. We've got Peyton Dietz from the Netherlands as well. Thijs Hannemeyer from the Netherlands. Quite a few Dutchies in this. And we got Fredriksson from Denmark as well. So semi-finals. As we said, this is a little bit of a cruise for some of the top guys. You know, they're expected to get through. And for some guys to not make it out of the semi-finals, it would be a shock. So we're really looking at these semi-finals as kind of the top 3 should really make it through. Maybe top 4. And then that 5th, 6th, 7th is like a battle for that final spot. That's what we've been seeing in a lot of the semi-finals so far. There's a top 4 or something get away. And then there's this kind of battle for that 5th spot. So it's kind of, that's where the excitement is on that 5th, because it doesn't really matter if you win this semi-final, if you're 2nd, 3rd, 4th or 5th, it doesn't matter. As long as you're inside the top 5, you'll be making the final. And there we go. That is the way the lineup is looking. Fabian Wolf, Noah Vinter, Casper Nilsson. We got Brosio, we got Cox, Van der Weg, Dietz, Hannemeyer and Fredriksson. And there'll be some good fights out there. Obviously, Dietz from the Netherlands, 14 years old, made the final on the last one. We saw the interview with him, said he's already made 3 finals so far, which is pretty solid out of 7 eliminations, considering the wind and, you know, the size of this competition. It's quite impressive. So he's definitely one to watch for the future. But it looks like we're about to put the flag up. So what's that?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. So
5
there's,
minutes
so there's
to
like a
start.
bonus flag.
It is.
Okay.
Just to get to know that in 1 minute, the starting sequence is going to start it.
I think that makes sense.
It
Because
does.
you know you're sailing around. We're not always everyone in this heat is at the boat ready for the flag, and you can't always be there. So you see that orange flag go up. You go, if you're sailing around and you look 10 seconds, 20 seconds later, and you see the orange flag, you're like, okay, I'll get back to the boat and get ready to get my watch on the go. Because you know, for anyone who hasn't raced, they probably don't know how important it is to get your finger on that button on the go. Now, a lot of racing watches, again, other people might know this. If you're racing, you probably think, oh, I'm just telling you how, you know, some stuff you already know. But there is like a sync button on most race watches. Whereas, let's say you see the flag go up, the 4-minute flag. You start your countdown timer, but you're a couple of seconds too late. That's a disaster if you're trying to get on the start, on the 0. So when it comes to the 2-minute, your watch will say 2 minutes, 2 seconds. If you press the sync button, it deletes those 2 seconds and scratches it down to 2 minutes, so you can get like this kind of reset. So when you see a lot of the guys start their watch on the 4 minute, they'll cross the start line the opposite way at the 2 minute mark. They check their watch to make sure they're online. If they think they're a little bit out, they're ready to reset or to sync it. And then they'll sail away for about 45 seconds, do a jibe, and then they'll know they've got this minute to kind of go back towards the start line and try and nail it, because you need a kind of little bit of an idea of how long it's going to take you. And yes, there is a bit of judging the distance and stuff, but a lot of the time, if you sail for 45 seconds, do a kind of slow jibe and then head back, that's usually kind of how you do it. I mean, in an ideal world, there'd be a buoy closer to the start line, which you can kind of time how long it takes you to sail from that buoy to the start. And then you've got like, with the last competition I did, there was like this buoy there, and it's like a 20 seconds, it's like a full speed, which was super nice to have that kind of backup plan when you come into the start. But there you go, 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. So wind 15 knots on the course area.
Some big gust, and especially with the starting streak, it's when you see the gust, it's also tricky to time the start perfectly. Because sometimes the gust is coming, and then you accelerate, and then the gust is gone. You're not accelerating as quickly. So you really need to time in when you're starting, when you accelerate, when you don't, because you don't want to be too late, but also not too early.
Yeah, and that kind of goes the opposite of what I said before. You know, if you do that sail over the start line the opposite way at 2 minutes to go, do the jibe. That's, bearing in mind everything goes perfectly, but everything doesn't always go perfectly. And like you say, if you get a hole before the start and you cannot get foiling, you drop off the foil, let's say, you can lose 20 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever it might be, and that's a disaster. Even if you lose 3 seconds, you know, if you're 3 seconds off the start, you're down and out. You know, it's not a good go. You really got to nail that thing. If you look at the difference between nailing the start and 1 or 2 seconds after, it's a huge difference.
It's a huge difference. Also, sometimes you maybe even want to have 1 second too late, but on full speed, then 0 seconds, half of the speed.
Yeah.
Because with the speed, you will pass the guys that started perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be coming to the line and having to slow down.
No.
You want to be at full speed, even if you're behind the line, and then you kind of accelerate over the top of the other guys. So there we go. You know, crossing the start line the opposite way at around 2 minutes. That's kind of the standard. Then they'll go off for, 40 seconds now, whatever it might be, jibe, and then they know that distance they've just covered should take, at a reasonable speed, roughly a minute, and it's then you're judging the last bit. Sometimes you can get a bit carried away. The guy next to you starts to push you a bit, and and this is when it all gets a bit complicated. And then you've got to read that next bit. But what you don't want to do here is you sail for a minute, there's a good chance you're going to sail into that hole. You drop off the foil, and then you're sitting miles away from the line and not foiling, you're in trouble. So you can have a few guys cutting the corner early, waiting for the other guys to catch them up and using those as a benchmark, which is dangerous because you can't always use them as a benchmark, but you can't sail underneath the guys. You got no pressure. So there we go. Now we're seeing some tactics. How long we got? They've all just jibed. So we've got inside a minute, I would guess. Yeah, there we go, 50 seconds. So this is the tactical bit now. I mean, this is the semi-final, so it's not as important because some of the good guys out there, even with a bad start, would expect to qualify through this semi-final. So it's probably not as cutthroat in this semi-final. A few guys just making sure they're not over the line and make sure they're not too far back. And then there's be a couple of guys who are maybe on the edge of making the final. They've been in the losers final, in the winners final, and those are the guys that will be pushing the line. So we can see Nielsen up near the front here, Fredrickson as well, both on the loft. They're going to be pushing. We got Hannemeyer as well, wants to make another final. He had a really good start in that last one. We got Dietz as well on that small Severn sail. But Noah Winter down this bottom end. It's a good start again up that top end from the Dutchman. Hannemeyer on the north sail. Good start from Winter. Van der Weg as well. A lot of Dutchies in this race. But But it's Hannemeyer on the north who's looking good at that top end. Noah Winter down this bottom end on the Patrick. And we usually, with the wind is a little bit offshore, you do get some shifts out there as well. But this is a lovely shot. This is a really nice angle to see the fleet. Remember, top 5 qualify for the final. Nielsen in there as well in about 4th place, fighting it with Van der Weg. The Wolf likes to pump down this first reach. He did it on the last one after a pretty ropey start, pumped his way back into contention. But Hannemeyer looking good and Winter looking good as we come into this first mark. And there it is. So Winter rounding first, Hannemeyer in 2nd place, then the Wolf in 3rd. Then we've got Nielsen, I think it is, followed by Van der Weg. Oh, Van der Weg needs to get it going. Can't afford to touch down because Mr. Dietz is behind him. Only 68 kilos of him. And it could see a playing out of the same race we saw before. Oh, no, it was with his dad, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was his dad. You really see when you touch down, you were straight gone. And
Dietz is taking out the Van der Weg family right now in these semi-finals. Definitely not over yet, though. But Winter looking good at the front of the fleet. Do you know if he's got any weight on today?
I don't know.
But Noah Winter looking good at the front of the fleet. The Wolf in 2nd. Hannemeyer in 3rd place. There we go. That's a nice shot there. Seeing the boys coming down into this next mark. It's got to be coming up pretty soon. But Winter will be the first guy round. Looks like Nielsen in 4th place. And there we go. It is Winter rounding first. 2nd place, the Wolf. 3rd place, Hannemeyer. And then Nielsen. Now 5th place, it is Van der Weg actually. So Van der Weg has managed to hold off the young Dietz, but he's been struggling a little bit on the jibes, Van der Weg. Touching down a few times, but no, he doesn't do it there. And that's going to definitely help his cause to make the winners' final. Not good for Peyton Dietz, though. He's going to need a mistake. So, plenty of wind. Looks like it's picked up, maybe.
Picked up, yeah.
Everyone looks pretty comfortable. Top 5 look like they are home and dry. Almost. Would they compete on fin in these conditions? Well, we did see someone out there before planing around.
I think at the moment there will be enough wind. We have seen some people sailing outside now.
I think the problem would be the holes, wouldn't it? That's the problem with the fin. It's always been the problem, is keeping the racing going. But the Wolf has took the first place here. A little bit of a psychological battle going on because it doesn't matter about winning it. But winning it makes the other guy go, takes you that psychological edge. Nielsen looking good. And it is Van der Weg. Can't afford to touch down now. Let's keep an eye on this because one mistake here would allow Peyton Dietz to get back into this. But no, it's all pretty good for that. Or is it? He's scuffling along the ground at the moment, Peyton Dietz. He almost looks, maybe he's gone a bit smaller on the foil or something. He looks a bit more underpowered, doesn't he?
He does.
You know, I think earlier was lighter, but actually Peyton looks like he's got less drive or less lift, let's say. He's really having to pump his way down this reach. But that's a physical battle right there. What he's doing now is absolute, like indoor rowing, that is. Just like absolute workout. Van der Weg is foiling though, so he will stay ahead of Dietz unless he has a disaster now. The Wolf won it in the end. Winter 2nd, Hannemeyer in 3rd place. Then we had Nielsen, and it was Van der Weg, by the looks of it, that will take the 5th and final spot in the final. There it is, officially. Van der Weg over the line in 5th place.
I think he will be happy.
Yeah, he won the runners-up final last time, and we went around doing the interviews, and he was kind of like, "No, I didn't make the final." He said, "Yeah, but he's so good," and you're thinking he wants to make that final for sure.
Yeah.
Especially when you got a 14-year-old whippersnapper behind you, you're like, "No, you just took my dad down. You're not taking me down." All right, next up, we're going to go into the second semi-final, elimination 7. So we get the drone back to put some juice in it. But we will be starting this second semi-final pretty soon. If you are out there on YouTube, let us know. We've got only Philip saying no sausage, question mark. Yeah, this isn't foiling X. Maybe that's one time it's going to happen. Nicola, 2nd or 3rd elimination day. This is a 2nd elimination today. So we have got 4 minutes 15 on the clock till the next start. So 4 minutes to go. Red flag has just gone up on the boat. Okay, so they've got to move a mark. Do they have to move it for the semi-final? It looked okay.
It looked okay, yeah.
Surely we could just carry on. But it sounds like they are going to be moving a mark. So we'll have to keep you updated. I'm not sure what mark they would move. Just trying to think of that race. What was...
Maybe less one, but not sure.
Yeah, well, we will have to wait before we see the other guys in action. Obviously, Johan So is coming up in this next one. Cyril Everard. We've got Hugo Schoberg in this. Lars Pogaman. We've got Koen Hessels. No, we haven't. He's sitting here. We've got Elias Jepperson. We've got Mr. Oram. We've got Matthias van der Weg. And we've got Gustav Permin. That's who's coming up in the next semi-final. Obviously, like I said before, top 5 make the final where it's all at. Yeah, there you go. That is the list of the riders in this next heat. So Schoberg really needs to get in this final because he came into today in 5th place in the money. So far, he's dropped down. Pogaman has gone up. Do we have the overall results? I don't know if we've got the overall results we can pull up. But I would imagine Johan So leading. The Wolf got to be 2nd. 3rd place will be close, but it's probably Everard just ahead of Winter, but it's close. I think those two are maybe nearly equal points, but I think Everard may be just ahead at this moment in time. But looking how Winter's looking here, this could change after this race, so it'd be interesting to know what the overall standings were. In fact, we can work them out. Okay, let's have a look. So overall standings at the moment is... Oh, I take it back. Noah Winter is... Oh, it's level. Yeah, there we go. Level points. I thought it would be close. So Noah Winter in 3rd and Cyril Everard in 4th place, equal on 18 points apiece. So that's a big race for this one. You know, this is to get on the podium. Yeah. And no one wants to be 4th if you've got a chance of being 3rd. You know, if you're in 6th and you get up to 4th, you're happy days. But if you're in 3rd and you drop to 4th, it's the same result, but it feels way, way worse. So that's an interesting battle there between Winter and Everard. Looking at their discards, Everard's got a 10th, Noah's got a 9th, and their next discard would be a 5th. So they're equal on the discard. So even if we do 2 more, it's really going to be who beats who. So that's interesting. Pogaman, like we said, has moved up into the money now. So Lars Pogaman going up into 5th place, and he's now 5 points ahead of Schoberg. Wow. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because he can't discard that 9th. he's got to count that 9th place now. So he needs a second discard, and then he will be close, but he's got to put some good scores in. Yeah, Heinemeyer has actually moved up a little bit as well. 35 points, just 5 points behind Sjoberg. So, yeah, I mean, it does look pretty... Okay, apparently Hugo Sjoberg not feeling his best at the moment.
I think he also missed out on the runners-up final, so...
Well, he should be in this next heat, so I'm expecting we see him out on the water. They were just moving a mark the last time we heard, but we should be kicking off. If you are out there in YouTube land, feel free to send us a message if we can answer any questions. Got Cone Hessels sitting next to me, who is a seasoned... Well, you've done the Youth Worlds? Did you do any of the Youth Worlds? IQ foil? You done any of that, or you gone straight to slalom?
Well, this year I only did the IQ games in Cadiz.
Okay.
That's the only IQ competition I did yet. Maybe some more later.
But you've gone straight into slalom, pretty
Yeah.
much. Okay, interesting.
I did some IQ competition in Holland.
Okay.
And won the Formula 4 World Championship in Silverplana.
Okay. You won it?
No, I didn't win it.
Okay.
I competed
You did
in
it.
it.
Okay. I was going to say, that's pretty good. Well done. But so before this, how did you get in? Did you do any youth competitions or anything like this?
I was more focused on slalom before.
Okay.
Also, before IQ came, I was doing fin slalom, sailing most of the time in Holland. And did some
Okay.
youth competition, IFCA competitions.
Do you still do any fin stuff?
Not yet. Not anymore.
Do you thinking about Slalom X?
I have done it in Pirouet Pozo.
Yeah. How was that experience?
It was really cool. Jumping over the sausage, it was fun.
Scary?
Not super scary. It was more exciting. Especially my 5.5 was my smallest sail size. I've only been using my 5.5 for the whole week. It was overpowered or too overpowered.
Okay, I've heard we're going straight into a start, so we're not going to be moving the mark by the looks of it. We're going straight into a start here. 10 seconds to go until the start. Okay, so we're quickly into the second semi-final here. We can see Pogaman down that bottom end on the right-hand side. Got a bit of a view from the back. It's like we're the chasing foil. We've got a very big mast on our foil. It's like 10 meters. We're catching them up, though, that's for sure. I'd be very scared if I was a foiler. Pogaman looking good. We've got obviously Johan Su looking good. Pogaman is having to pump here. Are we seeing maybe a bit lighter winds? You can see like Johan is just like holding that thing on the foil. Does look a little bit. Wow, there's still gusts coming through.
I think also Lars wants to stay a bit of upwind over Johan. When you're just underneath with this light winds, when you're in the dirty air and you really feel the dirty air from Johan's sail when you are sailing underneath.
Yeah, well, it looked pretty solid there. Pogaman actually maybe not getting up on the foil, and a few of the guys have took smaller stuff. We did just hear that. They are not going to cancel. That is what we heard, isn't it? So if a few of the guys have gambled on smaller equipment and everyone else can go, I don't know if we can look down the reach to see if anyone else is flying or not flying. Yeah, everyone else is flying. So Everard in a bit of trouble here, and that is not where you want to be when you're fighting out with Noah Winter. It's maybe he's gambled on too small a foil, because Johan So is looking pretty solid out in the front. I mean, he's literally half a reach ahead of everybody else, which is just insane, isn't it? So he's obviously stuck with his 650 wing, I'd guess.
I guess so.
And that's the thing, when you're that heavy, you can hold that wing down, even if it gets windy. And I think some of the lighter guys who took the bigger stuff were maybe struggling, you know. It's pretty interesting. So we need to get ahead of these guys so we can look down the reach and see how they're all doing. But Johan Su is looking solid. Round in first place. I'm making it look easy, really. Pokemon. Yeah, so it looks like that first reach is got really tight, and then all the other reaches, the wind is swinging more around to the cross shore again. Because it was meant to do that. I think it was quite east in the morning, and then as we go through the day, it was moving. But these boys, you can see how high they are, so it's going to be pretty difficult for them to make that outside mark, maybe. But Everard needs to finish inside the top 5. I mean, is that him in third? So he obviously came back on that reach. I mean, that is the good thing with the foil. In the fin now, there's no way this race would be even saleable.
No.
You can kind of see that. I mean, again, this is the semi-final, so maybe not as crazy competitive for those top places, but still. Number 5 people get through to the final. It looks like we've got Johan So, Poggeman, we've got Cyril Everard, and
it's a Danish guy now.
Orum.
Yeah.
Yeah, Orum in 4th place. It makes it easier because when you were out there, I was getting you two confused. So it's usually my second guess. But we have got one more rider going to qualify. I mean, you know it's like when you're grabbing the up all. That's kind of a IQ foil thing, isn't it? So this is... Oh, sorry, that's not Everard. That's Jefferson, sorry. So Everard is maybe missing out at the moment. Is he in 5th place? Because there is space for one more person in that final. Cyril Everard, is he in 5th place? I don't see anyone behind him. It's going to be Jefferson. Yeah, better to do a wider jibe here because we know how upwind this, or downwind, or it's going to be tricky, isn't it? You can see the wind is really not easy at the moment. This is probably one of the lighter wind races. Is that a cancelled flag on that boat? I think it might be. What do you reckon?
Yeah, when Johan already passed the finish line, they can't cancel the race anymore.
Okay.
Depends if he crossed the finish line, they need to continue.
Is that what the rule is?
That's what the rule is.
At this event or in general?
In general.
Okay. I know in PWA it's not the same as that, but well, there's Poggyman. He hasn't even crossed the finish line.
No.
I mean, fair enough. And this could be just carried on going. It's just a pumpathon. Well, difficult to tell from this angle, but I mean, this looks pretty hard work. But then you've got Johan So, who is the heaviest guy in the fleet, or one of them, and he's finished. Yeah. It's difficult, isn't it? You know, at that point, I'd love to know what you guys think at home, because I'm sure, you know, we can look at this race and go, wow, it looks definitely like it should be cancelled. But then you've got the heaviest guy in the fleet who has sailed the same course and absolutely smashed it. So what do you do at this point? It's a qualifier. It's not the final. And the best guy has qualified easily. Interesting. I mean, obviously, this isn't grandstand style racing that we're seeing now, but there is definitely, well, it's definitely a talking point, because these guys can hardly even move.
Also, I know that Lars is standing on a 7.8, so it's a small size, so it's...
And that's the problem,
it's the
isn't
gamble.
It? That's the, yeah. But there's nobody else playing it.
No.
So it's like, okay. But did they not go further enough around that outside mark, because the wind has shifted? So this must be super downwind, this.
Yeah.
It's almost like you've got to head upwind and do a couple of jibes almost on the reach, which is just mad when you think about it. So I haven't heard anything to say it's cancelled. It has been cancelled. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I've heard Alfie Hart actually stuck his head through the window. So obviously other people know it's been cancelled and no one tells us here. Oh, there we go. We did see that boat coming through. I wish someone would tell me these things. Okay, so we're going to have a bit of a break now. I think it's fair to say the race has been cancelled. I mean, the wind has shifted. It's dropped, so they have to change gear because when they were out for the first race, and this is the difference. This is where it is difficult because Johan So, the biggest guy in the fleet, killed it. Sailed the whole course, no problems. But he has to resail.
Yeah.
It's like you should, and I said this, I've said this before on a few events. It's like for me, if you cross the finishing line, it's like take him out the race. He's already through, and then you re-race for 4 places. You know, I know that would have to be written into the rules already, but for me, it kind of makes sense that if you've done everything, why should you be punished? It's like I did it all. You know, I took the right gear, and then it's kind of like this bonus you get to sit out on the sidelines and watch these guys stressing and whatever. I mean, I'd love to see a rule like that. But yeah, there we go. We are going to cancel that. You can see now, like the wind has just shut down. Johan So went in front of the wind. So he created a vacuum. He was going that fast. Okay, so there we go. We're going to take a break now while they reset the course, and hopefully that wind, it was meant to swing back more south towards the end of the day and drop, was it? It maybe was, actually. It maybe was, which is a little bit scary because my brain just kicked into gear towards me saying that. So let's hopefully the wind doesn't drop. Let's hope it stays up enough to finish this last elimination. But as soon as we get any more live action, we'll be straight back in here to bring you the commentary. Okay, so we've just heard from the race officer. That is it for the day. The forecast not meant to pick up till 6 o'clock, and then it'll be too late to finish that elimination. So that is it for day number 3. Final day coming up tomorrow, day number 4, where we will finish elimination 7 and hopefully get a couple of more eliminations. The forecast looks promising. The sun should be out, and we will decide those final places, although the top spot, Johan So, is looking pretty set. Let's see what happens tomorrow for the final day, day number 4 for the EPWT here in Denmark. Join us then.
Our goals and purposes with the first Noah Stick mask extension, and with this one, well, they haven't really changed. This is a revolutionary product that is designed for all levels and all types of windsurfers. This Noah Stick, this is an evolution of a product that we got so right in so many ways right from the beginning. We wanted to make a product that was lighter and more simple. What we came up with was also a mast extension with a degree of finish that we couldn't even dream of. When you start using this product, you realize how easy and simple and efficient it really is. This is so much more than just a mast extension. We've redesigned and refined almost all parts of this carbon extension. It functions just like you always expected a mast extension to work.